Chapter 838. Master, the bull is coming. White Fengyuan reminded Feng Qingyuan. Little Feng, go deal with it first. I'll help you later. Feng Qingyuan carried Ling Xiao and flew away, letting White Fengyuan deal with the four-horned demon bull. White Fengyuan let out a loud cry and rushed towards the four-horned demon bull. Her wings kept flapping, and countless attacks bombarded the four-horned demon bull. Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to unleash her wind power, sweeping up all the people from the proud smiling palace, bringing them far away from this place to prevent them from being affected. Pay attention to yourselves, that cow is very powerful. I'll go back and help little Feng. Feng Qingyuan handed Ling Xiao over to the girls, and then hurriedly returned to his original place to help by Fengyuan. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to heal at full speed. As the palace master, how could he run away? The people of the proud, smiling palace were far away from the battlefield, but the sounds of the battle were still echoing in their ears. They were all lucky that they were brought away, or they would all be in trouble. Fortunately, Senior Feng helped us, or the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the Black Demon sect to really want to get rid of the proud, smiling palace. They actually sent out so many peerless experts. Xian Yao sighed. Yeah, I wonder how Elder Mad Teeth is doing. Yi Yun Feng echoed. Don't worry, let's heal ourselves first and be ready for backup. Feng Xianyun said. Now that Ling Xiao was healing, Feng Xianyun was the palace master's wife, so her words were naturally responded to. Everyone took the pills and sat down to heal their injuries as fast as they could. Not long after, Ling Xiao had already bounced up from the ground. The girls around him were startled by his sudden appearance. Husband, how are you? The girls asked with concern. Ling Xiao replied, I'm much better. You guys stay here, I'm going to take a look. Although his complexion was a little pale, with the help of the ancient emperor's divine art, his strength had recovered about 50 to 60%, and he had some ability to protect himself. No, they're so strong. You won't be able to help them if you go. Instead, you'll distract Senior Feng from taking care of you. Feng Xianyun immediately stopped him. Ji Beixin also echoed, that's right, husband. I believe that Aunt will be able to defeat that strange person very soon. Young master, you are now a palace master, you must not put yourself in danger. Xian Yao also advised. Ling Xiao replied seriously, I know you're worried about me, but don't worry. With Dragoness protecting me, no one can hurt me. As Ling Xiao's words fell, a blue true dragon soared into the sky. That 100-meter-long figure, that boundless dragon might, and that enormous aura caused the entire world to change color. The people of the proud smiling palace had never seen a real beast before. Now that they saw a real dragon in front of them, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is a true dragon divine beast. Palace master actually has such a protective spirit beast? How is that possible? So the palace lord has never revealed his trump card all this time. It turns out that he has such a trump card to rely on. No wonder he doesn't care about the Gu family. This true dragon divine beast is so powerful. Our proud smiling palace will definitely win. That's right. The palace master is indeed as powerful as the sky. So what if it's the Black Demon sect? We'll definitely defeat them. The people of the proud smiling palace were all excited as they watched Ling Xiao ride away on the blue true dragon. Their hearts were filled with infinite expectations. Following such a powerful palace master had already made them feel that their future was boundless. Now, suddenly, there was a true dragon mythological beast that only appeared once in 10,000 years. This made them even more determined to follow Ling Xiao. Lu Su's face twitched as he stood among the crowd. He roared in his heart, how can this be? Isn't the true dragon divine beast extinct in the central region a long time ago? How can he have such a protective spirit beast? Lu Su was now in the stage of forbearance. He felt that as long as he increased his strength as soon as possible, he would be able to replace Ling Xiao one day. However, after this battle, Ling Xiao's trump cards were revealed one by one. More than 10 mystic emperors, for saints, and even a rank 8 divine beast were enough to move him and make him unwilling. If he wanted to betray Ling Xiao and replace Ling Xiao's position, It would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. With this understanding, Lu Su remained low-key and loyal for a long period of time. With the help of the Dragon Lady, Ling Xiao arrived above the battle between the four-horned demon bull, White Fengluan, and Feng Qingyuan in a few blinks of an eye. The space around them was collapsing, and the heaven and earth were trembling non-stop. It was as if the sky could collapse at any time. Ling Xiao had the Dragon Lady's protective light barrier and was not affected by the spatial energy. Ling Xiao wanted to see the situation of the battle clearly. However, with his current strength, how could he catch the speed of the battle between the absolute experts? Just as Ling Xiao was panicking, the sound of two powerful collisions rang out. Bang bang! All of a sudden, two figures flew out. At the same time, a rough voice rang out, "Ha! You lowly reptiles dare to behave atrociously in front of this bull king. You are truly overestimating yourself." The ones that flew out were the dyed Feng Qingyuan and White Fengluan. Feng Qingyuan's hair was in a mess, and there was a lot of blood on her lips. She was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that she had used up a lot of energy. As for the White Fengluan, a lot of its feathers had fallen off, and its snow-white body was stained with blood. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot in this battle. The four-horned demon horn had yet to transform back into its true form. It also had a human body, and a powerful aura surrounded its body. It stood there like an iron tower giant, unable to move. Master's wife and the others are actually not a match for this bull? Ling Xiao thought to himself in shock. When Feng Qingyuan attacked, Han Kai had already reminded Ling Xiao that Feng Qingyuan was already a middle-stage saint, and that White Fengluan was probably not inferior to Feng Qingyuan. The fact that a man and a beast were unable to move this bull even when attacking at the same time was enough to show how powerful this bull was. Just as the four-horned demon cow was about to continue attacking Feng Qingyuan and White Fengluan, it looked in Ling Xiao's direction. Suddenly, his bull-like eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. Dragon? Dragon Emperor! Feng Qingyuan and White Fengluan also noticed the abnormality not far away, and their gazes landed on Ling Xiao and the blue true dragon. True dragon divine beast! Feng Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. White Fengluan's body swayed slightly, and her arrogant head lowered quite a bit. Ling Xiao completely ignored their loss of color, and called for Dragon Girl to rush to Feng Qingyuan's side, asking with concern, "Mistress, are you all right?" Feng Qingyuan was already in a state of shock. He only stared at the true dragon in front of him, wanting to see if it was a real true dragon, or just a flood dragon. "Mistress, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked again. Only then did Feng Qingyuan come back to his senses and say, I'm fine. This is your protective spiritual beast?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "Dragon Girl and I are only best friends." He paused for a moment and said, "Mistress, I'll let Dragon Girl lend you a hand. Let's kill this bull first." "Right. Deal with him first. He might have already reached the peak of the middle stage of the 8th step, and little Feng and I are not his match. With Lord True Dragon's help, everything will be easy." Feng Qingyuan replied excitedly. No divine beast would easily come into being. They had long since opened up a new place to live. As a divine beast, they would definitely not easily follow a human unless they had their complete trust. Today, Ling Xiao actually had such a true dragon. She was both surprised and happy in her heart. It was as if she could already see Ling Xiao becoming the new overlord of the central region in the future. He could even surpass his master and become an even more powerful legend. "Dragon Girl, kill this cow for me," Ling Xiao said to the blue true dragon. The blue true dragon did not hesitate at all. With a swing of its tail, its huge body charged towards the four-horned demon cow. At the same time, it opened its mouth and roared. Dragon's Tenbin divine ability, Dragon Roar. The terrifying sound wave was 100 times more powerful than Ling Xiao's roar. The clouds and the air in the sky were shaken to the point of dispersing. The sound wave reverberated incessantly, and the Supreme Emperor's aura caused all the spiritual beasts within tens of thousands of miles to prostrate on the ground. The four-horned demon cow immediately retreated without hesitation. Although it was very powerful, its strength would be suppressed when facing a true beast emperor, causing its combat strength to decline. As it retreated, the sound of the dragon roar shook its body so much that it somersaulted dozens of times. Traces of blood appeared on its 5 orifices. Dragon Princess, don't force old cow. Old cow will leave now. The 4-horned demon cow replied without any backbone as it fled. At this time, Feng Qingyuan and White Fengluan reorganized their formation and chased after the 4-horned demon cow. The 4-horned demon cow was a peak-level mid-tier spiritual beast after all, so its speed was still very fast. It had already reverted to its true form, a black 4-horned bull. It looked extremely comical as it flew through the sky. The blue true dragon had absorbed the dragon pearl. Although there was still a portion of the energy left, it had already reached the mid-tier of the 8th tier. As a divine beast, its speed was much faster than the 4-horned demon cow. In a few blinks of an eye, the blue true dragon had caught up to the 4-horned demon cow. Its massive body twisted, and its dragon tail ruthlessly swept the 4-horned demon cow's body. Rumble! The body of the 4-horned demon horn smashed heavily into the mountains below. Its body directly smashed several mountains into smithereens. However, the 4-horned demon cow wouldn't die so easily. It let out a roar and flew up from the ground. It had decided to resist. It glared at the blue true dragon and charged over with its 4 hooves. Its 2 pairs of horns were like sacred weapons, piercing forward with a threatening edge. The blue true dragon was even more infuriated. Its majestic dragon might was actually provoked by this lowly low-grade spiritual beast. Its dragon head opened wide, and a wave of water erupted like a flood, shooting towards the 4-horned demon cow. On the other side, White Fengluan also let out a loud and clear cry. Feather attacks bombarded the 4-horned demon cow continuously. Chapter 839. The 4-horned demon cow was a peak mid-stage 8th step spirit beast, while the blue true dragon and the white phoenix Luan were both mid-stage 8th step spirit beasts. Logically speaking, with the 4-horned demon cow's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with 2 mid-stage 8th step spirit beasts at the same time. Nonetheless, these 2 spiritual beasts were unordinary beings. The blue true dragon had a genuine divine beast bloodline and was the leader of the 9 great divine beasts. Its combat power was out of the ordinary, and it would not be afraid even if it encountered a spiritual beast that was a rank higher than it. On the other hand, the White Fengluan also had the rare divine beast divine bloodline of the phoenix, which was a high-rank spiritual beast like the 4-horned demon. However, just as the battle began, a situation occurred. The blue true dragon roared at the white phoenix Luan, "Go to the side, I can kill this ugly cow myself." The divine beast had an inviolable dignity. The blue true dragon did not wish to join forces with other low-level spirit beasts to deal with its opponent. That would damage its dragon might. When the white phoenix Luan heard the blue true dragon's words, it immediately stopped attacking and could only obediently stay at the side. Although it had a bit of a divine beast bloodline, compared to a real divine beast, it was not worth mentioning. The blue true dragon faced the 4-horned demon cow alone, and the battle was quite intense. Between spirit beasts, they would use their strong physical bodies to clash and bite. In terms of physical body, the 4-horned demon horn was naturally unable to compare to the true dragon's physical body. The 2 great spirit beasts continued to bite and attack, causing the sky and earth to darken. Many of the mountains below them were smashed to pieces, and the low-ranked spirit beasts hurriedly chose a path to escape in a panic. Ling Xiao had already flown away from the blue true dragon and stayed by Feng Qingyuan's side to watch the battle. "Xiao, you're amazing. You can even make a true dragon divine beast become your protective spirit beast. Even Mistress is jealous of you," Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao excitedly. In a person's lifetime, they might not have the chance to see a true divine beast, and Feng Qingyuan was no exception. Now that there was a true dragon in front of her, she felt that it had truly broadened her horizons. Ling Xiao revealed a proud expression and said, "Dragon Girl used to be a purple flood dragon. She followed me and obtained some opportunities to reach this step." Feng Qingyuan revealed a surprised expression and said, "Looks like your luck is heaven-defying. To be able to turn a small earthworm into a true dragon, this is too unbelievable." The purple flood dragon centipede possessed an even rarer divine beast bloodline than the white Fenghuan. For Ling Xiao to be able to transform it into a true divine beast, the process must have been unspeakably arduous. Feng Qingyuan had once thought of turning her white Fenghuan into a divine beast phoenix, but she didn't have such a peerless opportunity. In this aspect, it was determined by one's own heavenly fate, and others could not be envious of it. He Xiao is just lucky. Ling Xiao smiled as he thought to himself, it's just a dragon, so there's no need to make such a fuss about it. This disciple has a good brother in the form of a divine beast, the Qilin. If anyone else were to hear Ling Xiao's words, they would probably be mad at him. This guy was simply showing off. Other people would feel very happy to have a spirit beast with the bloodline of a divine beast, and it would be wishful thinking to have a real divine beast. Now that Ling Xiao had a true dragon spirit beast, he actually said it was only. Wasn't this purely for show? After a round of fighting, the blue true dragon had the upper hand. Although the two beasts were covered in blood, most of the blood came from the four-horned demon cow. The majesty of a divine beast had an innate suppressive effect on ordinary spirit beasts. Although the four-horned demon cow resisted, it was still at a disadvantage and was unable to contend against the blue true dragon. Dragon Princess. Spare this old cow is willing. I am willing to follow the Dragon Princess. The four-horned demon cow was tightly restrained by the blue true dragon's dragon body, making it difficult for it to resist. If this continued, it would probably die and have no choice but to beg for mercy from the blue true dragon. The blue true dragon ignored it and fiercely swung it around, causing it to become dizzy and its injuries to become even more severe. Xiao, this demon cow is a great help. If you can take it in, don't let it go. Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, I'm afraid that it's already someone else's protective spirit beast, so it's impossible for it to have a second master. Normally, after a spirit beast signed a master-servant contract with a human, it would be impossible for it to sign a contract with another person unless the original owner of the spirit beast removed the contract. Feng Qingyuan said, I think this stupid cow didn't sign a contract with anyone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run away just now. If a contracted spirit beast was ordered to fight by its master, it would not submit even if it encountered the pressure of a divine beast until it died in battle. Feng Qingyuan was able to determine that the four-horned demon cow did not sign a master-servant contract with anyone. After listening to Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Now that the Earth Flame Tiger had left, if he could take this four-horned demon cow under his command, their proud Smile Palace's foundation would be much deeper. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately made a decision. However, at this time, the blue true dragon had already opened its mouth and bit towards the heavily injured four-horned demon cow. If this bite were to land on the four-horned demon cow's neck, it would probably be a disaster for the four-horned demon cow. Dragon Girl, slow down. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted in alarm. Hearing Ling Xiao's shout, the blue true dragon immediately stopped. Boss, what's wrong? If it's willing to surrender, then keep it, Ling Xiao said. At this time, the four-horned demon cow hurriedly said, Yes. Spare this old cow. The four-horned demon cow spoke weakly. It was obvious that it had been severely injured by the blue true dragon. Boss, whatever you say. The blue true dragon was very obedient to Ling Xiao's words, so he readily agreed. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction, then said to the four-horned demon cow, From now on, you will follow this young master, and I can ask Dragon Girl to let you go. Otherwise, you can die now, it's your choice. This old cow is willing to follow. Dragon Princess, the four-horned demon cow replied honestly. When the blue true dragon heard this, it unwillingly used its tail to fiercely whip the four-horned demon cow again, and its huge body flew several hundred meters away. Follow my boss. The blue true dragon emphasized. Yes. Follow boss. The four-horned demon cow replied in fear. It didn't understand why the high and mighty dragon princess would listen to a lowly human. It was born simple, and it didn't think about things it couldn't understand. It knew that only by following this human in front of it would it have a chance to save its life. Alright, you will follow me for the time being. If I find out that you are disobedient, I will definitely ask Dragon Girl to teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao said happily. With such a peak 8th level middle stage spirit beast, the power of the proud smiling palace had increased by another level. Anyone who wanted to touch the proud smiling palace in the future would have to think twice. Congratulations, Xiao Heir. You have gained another helper. Feng Qingyuan came to Ling Xiao's side and said. She thought to herself, it seems that I can completely rest assured and trusting the family to him. Hee, this is all thanks to Dragon Girl. Ling Xiao gently stroked the blue true dragon's head and laughed. Alright, hurry up and clean up the mess. After this battle, the proud smiling palace will become one of the most powerful forces in the central region, Feng Qingyuan said. The Black Demon sect had sent out a large number of elites, 2 saints, and a peak 8th level middle stage spirit beast, but they had all died in the hands of the proud smiling palace. If this news were to spread, the proud smiling palace would indeed become one of the most powerful forces. Ling Xiao nodded and let the 4-horned demon cow transform into its human form. After treating his wounds, he rode the blue true dragon again and began to hunt the black demon sect's men. Yi Lang had already led his men to hide. He did not reveal his aura as he waited for the 4-horned demon cow to return in victory. The battle situation had already exceeded his expectations. He did not expect the proud smiling palace to be so powerful that they had lost so many men. In the end, he had no choice but to summon the 4-horned demon cow. He firmly believed that the 4-horned demon cow would be able to kill everyone in the proud smiling palace. When that time came, he would be able to clean up the mess and the proud smiling palace would disappear completely. When the waves of attack stopped, Yi Lang's eyes lit up and he murmured, "It seems that Lord Demon Cow will be able to return in victory." Not long after, the 4-horned demon cow arrived at their hiding place. However, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were also with it. Yi Lang was stunned for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Could it be that Lord Demon Cow has subdued them and made them human pets? Go kill them all. This is the first thing you have to do as a follower of this young master." Ling Xiao said to the 4-horned demon cow that had already transformed into its human form. Although the 4-horned demon cow was severely injured, it was still a dignified peak-level mid-tier spirit beast. It was still a piece of cake for it to deal with Yi Lang and the others. Yi Lang and the others realized that the situation was not right. One of the mystic thearchs shouted, "Elder Yi Lang, run. Let me take care of this." This mystic thearch was considered loyal. Without saying anything, he attacked Ling Xiao and the others. Unfortunately, his moves were completely useless. The 4-horned devil bull easily shook off the energy and smashed the mystic thearch's head with a single punch. "Lord Demon Cow, what are you doing?" Yi Lang asked in panic as he retreated. He truly could not understand why the 4-horned demon cow that he brought along would suddenly betray him. This 4-horned demon cow was a spirit beast that his master had befriended many years ago. Although it did not sign a contract with his master, spirit beasts should not betray under normal circumstances. He could not understand what was going on. "Following my boss's orders, I am going to kill all of you," the 4-horned demon cow said faintly. Its figure started to flash as it charged towards Yi Lang and the others. There was basically no suspense. Yi Lang and the others all died under the 4-horned demon cow's ferocious prowess. Yi Lang also died sullenly. Until his death, he still could not understand what capabilities Ling Xiao had to make the 4-horned demon cow betray him. "We have finally finished them all off." Ling Xiao sighed lightly. After this battle, their proud smiling palace's reputation would definitely soar. In the future, whoever wanted to find trouble with their proud smiling palace would have to think twice. However, just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan flew back to the side of the proud smiling palace, a figure that had been hidden for a long time quietly attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 840. After killing all the people from the Black Demon sect, Ling Xiao was still worried for Mad Tooth. However, when he thought about how Han Kai was watching from the shadows, he thought that there wouldn't be any trouble. Thus, he and Feng Qingyuan returned to their people. The blue true dragon and the four-horned demon cow were kept by Ling Xiao. He did not want the blue true dragon to be too ostentatious, and this matter must not be spread out. This was a divine beast. No matter who it was, they would be envious. If news of this were to spread, it would be hard to guarantee that some old monsters who lived in seclusion would come knocking on their door. That would be a huge problem. The central region was full of talents, and it was not that there were no terrifying existences other than the 18 great forces. There were many hidden forces that were even stronger than the 18 great forces. This kind of secret was revealed by Feng Qingyuan to Ling Xiao. After hearing Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao did not dare to think too highly of himself. It was better to honestly stabilize his strength and his footing. Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were rushing in the direction of their own people, a figure that they could not detect quietly attacked Ling Xiao. The figure was as fast as a ghost, as fast as lightning. The distance of several thousand meters seemed to have been crossed in the blink of an eye. When the figure was about to reach Ling Xiao's side, Feng Qingyuan finally sensed something. However, it was already too late by the time she reacted. The figure's claws were already in front of Ling Xiao's neck. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. Just as the claws were about to grab Ling Xiao's neck, a scorching finger beam shot out from another direction. Swoosh! If the figure still insisted on grabbing onto Ling Xiao, he would definitely be hit by the finger beam. The figure clearly did not want to take the risk. He retreated, and the afterimage on the spot was dispersed by the finger beam. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so patient. Han Kai's voice sounded faintly. By the time he finished speaking, his figure had already reached Ling Xiao's side. At this time, Ling Xiao's whole body was covered in cold sweat. He came back to his senses, but his heart still felt cold. He had almost been captured. He had been too careless. He thought to himself, could it be that the Black Demon sect has sent another saint? Feng Qingyuan's expression did not look any better. The other party's sneak attack was something that she did not even notice. It was obvious that his strength was above hers, or he was very good at hiding, making it difficult for others to detect him. No matter what, if such a person tried to assassinate her just now, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being heavily injured. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan turned to look at the person who launched the sneak attack. This person was dressed in a gray robe. He was tall and thin and wore a ferocious mask on his face. He stood in the wind, looking rather relaxed and contented. It was impossible to tell that he had sneak attacked a junior just now. Ling Xiao could not see through this person's cultivation. He only knew that this person was definitely a peerless expert. Otherwise, his master's wife would have sensed it. Could it be that the Black Demon has come personally? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. However, he had seen the Black Demon's divine sense doppelganger before. There was still a certain difference in the figure. I didn't expect that there would be so many experts hidden in the proud smiling palace. It seems that I have underestimated the proud disciple of the demonic emperor. The masked man sighed softly. If my guess is correct, you should be Sha Tian, right? Han Kai stared at the masked man and said, others might not be able to see through the masked man's strength, but Han Kai could sense that the person in front of him was actually not inferior to him. This was also the reason why he had not made a move yet. As early as when the Black Demon sect attacked the proud smiling palace, Han Kai had sensed the existence of an obscure aura. However, he could not determine the location of this aura, so he had been secretly watching it. He did not expect that such a peerless expert would sneak attack a junior. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been captured. The masked man stared at Han Kai and said, I didn't expect that there would be someone who knows me. However, I also know you, Saint Master Han. I didn't expect you to come out of the medicine capital. I thought that you would not get involved in this mess. It seems that you have joined the proud smiling palace. Can you tell me what ability this kid has to invite you to come out? There is no need for you to know this question. I will protect this kid. Bring it on. Let this saint see what's so great about the first-rank Sha Tian's killing hand. Han Kai said faintly. At the same time, his aura was rising steadily. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, immediately summoned the blue true dragon again. Feng Qingyuan also entered a fighting stance and was ready to make a move. Alright, I will give Saint Master Han some face and let you go this time. You won't be so lucky next time, huh? Sha Tian was also a person who could let go. He knew that Han Kai would not be able to get away with this. After saying that, he instantly appeared in front of Han Kai with an arrogant smile. The speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. The blue true dragon immediately roared at Sha Tian. The terrifying sound wave followed him like a shadow. Its huge body swayed wildly, ready to chase after him. Han Kai hurriedly called out to Ling Xiao, "Kid, stop chasing." After hearing Han Kai's words, Ling Xiao immediately stopped the blue true dragon. "Elder Han, why? With our strength, can't we keep him here?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Han Kai shook his head lightly and said, "His strength is even stronger than mine. Even if we use all our strength, it will be difficult for us to keep him here. Don't do unnecessary things." "He's even stronger than you?" Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, revealing a surprised expression. He knew Han Kai's strength. That was the strength of a high-level saint. Could it be that this Sha Tian was still at the peak of a high-level saint, or even an existence that had already surpassed the saint realm? Ling Xiao didn't dare to imagine. Back then, he had wanted to bring people to the headquarters of Sha Tian's organization. Fortunately, he had listened to Han Kai's advice and did not act recklessly. Otherwise, he would have died by now. He should be around the same level as me, but his foundation is much stronger than mine. If we really fought, I wouldn't be his match. If it weren't for the Wind Saint and your true dragon, he definitely wouldn't have retreated so easily. Han Kai paused for a moment before continuing. "However, you don't need to worry too much. Now that he knows that I'm by your side, he won't attack you again in a short period of time. I really don't know what you're doing, brat. You've even drawn out the first heaven killer. I don't know if you should be happy or sad." Feng Qingyun also revealed a worried expression and said, "That's right, Shower, what did you do to actually lure out Sha Tian? I've never heard of him making a move in the past few thousand years, but you actually alarmed him." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Sha Tian's people accepted the ancient slaughter token's mission to kill me. Naturally, I resisted and killed a lot of their people, and even casually destroyed a few of their branches. Could it be that because of this, he personally made a move against me? Isn't this making a big fuss out of nothing? If that's all, it shouldn't be worth it for him to make a move. There should be other reasons," Han Kai said. Ling Xiao scratched his head and said, "I also accepted a jade killer and a few gold killers from Sha Tian's organization. I wonder if he was angry about this?" Han Kai and Feng Qingyuan both revealed astonished expressions. Both of them were speechless. As Sha Tian's people, all of them had been brainwashed by Sha Tian's organization and were completely loyal to Sha Tian's organization. However, Ling Xiao had the ability to take in a jade killer and a few gold killers for his own use. They couldn't help but be surprised that Ling Xiao could actually do this with his strength. It was truly beyond their expectations. "All right, Elder Han, have you seen Mad Tooth?" Ling Xiao changed the topic. Han Kai said, "I paid attention to him at first, but then my attention was completely focused on Sha Tian, so I didn't pay much attention to him." "Oh no, will something happen to him?" Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Mad Tooth was fighting against another saint of the Black Demon sect. Ling Xiao thought that Han Kai had been paying attention to it all this time. If Mad Tooth was defeated, Han Kai would lend a hand. But now that he heard Han Kai say this, he couldn't help but worry. "Let's go and take a look." Han Kai also realized the seriousness of the matter and said to Ling Xiao, then took the lead and rushed in a direction. Ling Xiao rode the blue dragon and immediately chased after him. At the same time, he turned around and said to Feng Qingyun, "Master's wife, take Xaner to her side first and tell them what happened here. Let them return to the palace first. It's enough for Elder Han and I to look for Mad Tooth." Feng Qingyun nodded lightly and turned into a gust of wind, returning to the place where the people from the proud, smiling palace were. In the place where Mad Tooth and Shuri Dao fought, the surrounding dozens of mountains were all smashed full of holes. The trees, spirit flowers, and strange grasses were all corroded by the black energy to the point that they lost their essence, and they all withered and died. In a part of the forest that had been completely destroyed, two people covered in wounds lay not far away from each other. Their blood dyed the surroundings red. The two of them didn't seem to have much intact flesh on their bodies, and even their bones were exposed. They looked incomparably hideous. Near them, there were two rank 8 dark attribute spirit beasts on the verge of death. They were also bleeding profusely as they lay on the ground. A few peak rank 7 dark attribute spirit beasts by their side were burning with greed. They knew that as long as they could devour the essences of these two spirit beasts, which were of a higher rank than them, they would be able to take a huge leap forward to rank 8. In the end, these peak rank 7 spirit beasts couldn't resist the temptation and crazily pounced on the two rank 8 spirit beasts. Whoever could devour their essence would be able to take a step forward. The two rank 8 dark spirit beasts didn't have the strength to resist and were dismembered. If the two people who were lying not far away didn't get up, they would eventually become food for the nearby spirit beasts. These two people were Mad Tooth and Shi Dao. In the end, they used all their strength and both sides were injured. Mad Tooth's strength was slightly weaker than Shi Dao's, but his Mad Demon art was a high-grade dark spirit art. This allowed him to have the qualifications to compete with Shi Dao. Chapter 841. The crazed demon art was a high-level dark attribute cultivation method. Mad Tooth had only managed to comprehend the true essence of the crazed demon art because he had consumed the demonic beast pill. Once he turned into a demon, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Mad Tooth relied on the crazed demon technique to increase his own strength, which was why he was able to fight Shi Dao. Shi Dao didn't expect Mad Tooth to be so desperate to fight him. From the beginning, he thought that he had Mad Tooth, but he didn't have the determination to fight Mad Tooth to the death. He had lived for a long time and treasured his life. When Mad Tooth displayed strength comparable to his, Shi Dao knew that the situation wasn't good. He only hoped that Zhang Kuang could quickly finish off the people from the proud smiling palace and come back to help him kill Mad Tooth. Unfortunately, not long after Zhang Kuang left, Shi Dao felt that Zhang Kuang had also encountered a terrifying opponent. In the end, Zhang Kuang's aura disappeared. It was obvious that Zhang Kuang had been killed. Shi Dao's mind was in a mess at that time, and Mad Tooth took advantage of it. He had no choice but to counterattack. In the end, both of them were heavily injured. Their spiritual beasts were also similar in strength, but they were both heavily injured. Saints were able to leave their bodies. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could still leave their bodies and live in another body. However, this would greatly decrease their cultivation. The two of them didn't want to give up their bodies until the very end. They waited for their reinforcements to arrive, and at the same time, they tried their best to recover from their injuries. Just as the spiritual beasts appeared in front of Mad Tooth and Shi Dao, Ling Xiao and Han Kai finally arrived. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the two's injuries. An ordinary person would have died from these kinds of injuries. Only saints could maintain their blood and qi. Han Kai rushed over to Mad Tooth's side and fed him a top-grade healing pill. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "It's a good thing we made it in time. If we were any later, we would have lost our physical body." Ling Xiao nodded and walked to Shi Dao's side. Needless to say, this person was a saint of the Black Demon sect. While Ling Xiao was hesitating whether to kill him or not, Shi Dao opened his old eyes. His soul came out of his sea of consciousness, and his soul power rushed toward Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was obvious that he wanted to seize Ling Xiao's body. This was the only choice he had. Otherwise, he and Ben would not have a chance to survive. "Kid, be careful!" Han Kai shouted in shock. At the same time, he hurriedly pointed a finger towards Shi Dao's soul. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was too close to Shi Dao. No matter how fast his finger aura was, he couldn't catch up. In the face of such a sudden situation, Ling Xiao was also a little unprepared. Shi Dao's soul had completely entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. "Ha, kid, obediently hand over your body." Shi Dao's arrogant voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When Shi Yidao saw Ling Zhao's huge sea of consciousness, his expression became fanatical. He murmured, "Good kid, such a wide sea of consciousness. Could it be that you are a talented person from Tenbin?" At this time, Ling Zhao's soul power also appeared. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Shi Yidao with a playful expression. In his sea of consciousness, he was the master, and not someone who could casually violate it. "You old dog, you look so disgusting. You still want to seize this young master's handsome appearance. Don't you have any shame?" Ling Zhao looked at Shi Yidao and said with a face full of sarcasm, "Kid, don't be untactful. It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you. Be a good boy and give me your body." Shi Yidao said and pounced on Ling Zhao. As long as he devoured Ling Zhao's soul power, he could seize Ling Zhao's body. However, Ling Zhao looked so confident. Could his body be seized so easily? The answer was obviously no. Ling Zhao had already cultivated to the 7th level of the Supreme Guiyuan technique, Condensed Soul. After 2 years of continuous tempering of his soul power, his battle power was already quite shocking. Ling Zhao had never had the chance to use his soul power to fight because he had not reached the 8th level of the astral projection realm. Now that Shi Yidao had entered his sea of consciousness, it was just the right time for him to use his hands. Even if he was not a match for Shi Yidao, he could use the heaven fire to burn Shi Yidao at any time. As a saint, Shi Yidao's soul power was naturally not weak. It was just that he had been seriously injured previously. Now that his soul power had left his physical body and was transferred to another physical body, his soul power was naturally greatly weakened. Even so, with his soul power, it was still easy for him to deal with the soul power of an ordinary mystic the Arch. However, this kid in front of him was obviously only a high-level heavenly venerable. Even if his sea of consciousness was extraordinary Tenbin, his soul power should not be that strong. However, when he exchanged blows with Ling Zhao's soul power, he then knew how wrong he was. This young man's soul power was actually rather solid and his battle power was rather strong. It was as though it was a physical body and could actually use all kinds of different mystic skills, forcing him to be in a difficult position. Soul power is actually comparable to the mystic Thearka's battle power. How is this possible? Shi Yidao felt the pressure of a mountain. He originally thought that he could easily obtain this physical body, but it was actually a bone that was hard to chew. A saint's soul power is only SOSO. Ling Zhao sneered, and the cloud-expelling palms slapped toward Shi Yidao continuously. Shi Yidao was still able to fight evenly with Ling Zhao for the time being. However, he knew that if this carried on, his soul power would show signs of weakening sooner or later. By then, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered by the other party. Shi Yidao was anxious. He didn't fight with Ling Zhao for long and already had the intention to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat to the walls surrounding Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, he realized that there were waves of heat waves pouncing over, frightening him to the point that he cried out in fear. "What is this thing?" Shi Yidao exclaimed with a face of fear. He didn't understand how could there be other foreign objects in a person's sea of consciousness? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Zhao himself was an existence of a foreign species. "You want to escape? There's no way. There's heavenly fire all around, you can't get out. Just obediently be my sparring partner." Ling Zhao sneered and organized an even more concentrated attack toward Shi Yidao. If others knew that Ling Zhao had actually allowed a saint's soul to be his sparring partner in his knowledge sea, everyone would probably curse him as a madman who wasn't afraid of having their soul damaged. This kind of injury was the most difficult to treat. However, not only was Ling Zhao not afraid of being injured, he was even happy to have his soul fight here. If this wasn't a madman, then what was? The pitiful Shi Yidao, a dignified saint, had actually been used as a sparring partner by the soul of a high-level heavenly venerable in someone else's knowledge sea. His soul power had been scattered, and a generation of saints had quietly fallen just like that. While Ling Zhao and Shi Yidao were fighting in his knowledge sea, Han Kai was anxiously watching Ling Zhao. If he could, he really wanted to use his own soul to enter Ling Zhao's knowledge sea and expel Shi Yidao. However, if he did that, it would probably affect Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and cause great damage to his soul. However, if he didn't go in, Ling Xiao's soul would be devoured by Shi Yi Dao, and Ling Xiao's body would belong to someone else. That would be even worse. After hesitating for a moment, he still decided to go in and take a look. He had to protect Ling Xiao. At this moment, Mad Tooth barely opened his mouth and said, "Han, Brother Huntley, don't worry, young master will be fine. But don't forget that he still has the heavenly fire in his knowledge sea." Hearing Mad Tooth's reminder, Han Kai slapped his forehead and said, "That's right, how could I have forgotten about this? With the heavenly fire, it would be difficult for any soul to harm him." It was no longer a secret that Ling Xiao possessed the heavenly fire. Thinking of this, Han Kai could be considered to be at ease. He had thought that Ling Xiao would recover very quickly, but he had actually waited for an entire day. This made him and Mad Tooth a little worried that something had gone wrong. Fortunately, Ling Xiao finally woke up. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao with some vigilance and asked, "Brat, are you all right?" He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao's body had been taken over by someone else. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Elder Han, don't worry. How can a mere soul force hurt me? I was just using him to practice, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. He's even a saint." Han Kai was speechless. He cursed in his heart, "This brat actually looks down on saints. Didn't he look down on an old man like me? How arrogant." Although he was cursing in his heart, he was too lazy to say it out loud. He could already confirm that Ling Xiao was still the same Ling Xiao, and that his body hadn't been taken over by the other party. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao carried Mad Tooth and returned to the proud smiling palace with Han Kai. As for Ji Dao's corpse, it would become a wild animal. Sooner or later, there would be spirit beasts that would devour it like a delicacy. When Ling Xiao's group of 3 returned to the proud smiling palace, everyone was waiting for them. Seeing Ling Xiao's group of 3 return safely, everyone was relieved. "Welcome back, Palace Master, Sect Protector Elder." Everyone knelt down and shouted in unison. After this battle, many people of the palace of the proud smiling palace finally knew what they were relying on. They respected Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts, and were loyal to the palace of the proud smiling palace from the bottom of their hearts. They regarded themselves as part of the palace of the proud smiling palace, and they all had the idea that they would live or die together. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd with satisfaction. He knew that after this battle, his group of people had a new understanding of the proud smiling palace, and they had a new position. This was truly a good thing. Rise, all of you. You are the heroes of the proud smiling palace, and the elders and deacons who died are the martyrs of the proud smiling palace. Let us all remember this battle. We killed all the people of the Black Demon sect, and we will tell the world that the proud smiling palace is not afraid of the Black Demon sect, and we are not afraid of anyone's challenge. We will let the world know that the people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with." Ling Xiao said in a sonorous voice. His words undoubtedly ignited the confidence and pride of the people of the proud smiling palace. They shouted in unison, "The people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with. The people of the proud smiling palace are not to be trifled with." Chapter 842. The Black Demon Sect's 5,000 wolf eagles had attacked the proud smiling palace at night, but they were all killed by the proud smiling palace. This news was like a plague that spread swiftly throughout the Central Territory. It became the hottest topic in the Central region. What kind of power was the Black Demon Sect? It was one of the most powerful sects in the 18 regions. No matter where they went, the other forces would avoid them. The Wolf Eagles of the Black Demon Sect were a powerful elite force of the Black Eagle Sect. They had sent 5,000 people to attack the proud smiling palace. Not only did they fail, but they were also all killed. It had to be said that this news was very shocking. Did you hear? The Black Demon Sect's attack on the proud smiling palace failed. None of them survived. I just heard about it. Isn't the Black Demon Sect very powerful? You can't even destroy the newly established proud smiling palace? You don't know? The proud smiling palace was founded by Ling Xiao, the only disciple of one of the 4 legendary evil emperors. Do you know Ling Xiao? He was the first emperor-level expert in the last Imperial List tournament, and he even defeated the chief disciple of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, Wu Bufan, at the Lake of Skyju. Moreover, he was someone that the Gu family wanted to kill. Later on, the Gu family failed to kill Ling Xiao, so they had no choice but to lower their stance and ask Ling Xiao for peace. Oh, Ling Xiao. I've heard about him. He's the most talented man of the new generation. He's my idol. It seems that the proud smiling palace is qualified to be a big force. I should be polite to the people of the proud smiling palace in the future. Ling Xiao is not afraid of anything. In the blink of an eye, the proud smiling palace and Ling Xiao had become the focus of the central region. This time, the proud smiling palace was very successful. Their sect's reputation became prominent. The affiliated forces of the proud smiling palace all had their own considerations. They wanted to maintain a good relationship with the proud smiling palace so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything bad happening in the future. The proud smile palace also took advantage of this craze to officially recruit inner and outer disciples. As long as there was a tenbin, any child under the age of 15, no matter where they came from or what their attributes were, could participate in the selection process of the proud smiling palace. The children who passed the selection process would become the first disciples of the proud smiling palace, just like the children who had been recruited in Wind Cloud City before the proud smiling palace opened. At the same time, the proud smiling palace announced that every 5 years, there would be a grand event to select disciples for the proud smiling palace. People from all over the world who heard the news all planned to send their children to the Laughing Palace to participate in the election. They wanted to strive for a connection with such a big force like the Laughing Palace. At the same time, they also hoped that their children could be chosen by the palace master Ling Xiao. When the palace was in the limelight, Ling Xiao did not have the time to care about these things. Everything was handled by Xian Yao and Yun Feng, and his woman, Feng Xianyun, was his assistant. Ling Xiao himself went into closed-door cultivation again. There was no limit to martial arts. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Ling Xiao was almost caught by Sha Tian, and he had seen the power of many saints and 8th-grade spirit beasts. He was eager to become stronger. Relying on external things was not the fundamental way to protect himself. From a heavenly venerable to a mystic emperor was not only a process of power accumulation, but also a process of constantly improving the power of the world. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. It was unknown how many martial artists were stuck at the heavenly venerable stage, unable to move forward. With Ling Xiao's tenbin, it was only a matter of time before he became an emperor. He had an unparalleled advantage in the accumulation of power compared to others. The 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. The speed of absorption was not comparable to the speed of absorption by any cultivation technique. Although only a small part of the power absorbed by the 3 foreign objects was absorbed by him, the power was still unusually large. Moreover, the supreme Guiyuan technique that he cultivated was a god-level cultivation technique. It could guide any kind of energy into the attributes of 5 different types of energy in his body, allowing the 5 types of energy to reach a balanced state. Because of this, whether Ling Xiao cultivated or not, his power would continue to grow rapidly. The reason why he wanted to go into closed-door cultivation was to further strengthen and perfect his power of the world, so that he could more naturally control the power of the world. Moreover, he wanted to understand the true meaning of the 9 sun-burning heaven technique. Once he cultivated such a profound and powerful cultivation technique, he would have another powerful attack method, which would give him more ability to protect himself. The 9 sun-burning heaven technique was a powerful cultivation technique that condensed 9 different types of true flame of the flames, which were used together with the fist force. If one wanted to cultivate the 9 yang heaven-burning art to the great accomplishment stage, one would need to open up another 9 yang meridians in one's body and fuse 9 different kinds of true flames of the sun. These 9 different kinds of true flames could be converted and used at any time. In the end, one would be able to reach the great accomplishment stage of the 9 yang unity stage. Previously, when Ling Xiao fought with Lu Su, looking at his current state, he had already opened up 7 yang meridians and fused 7 types of true flame of the sun. He only needed 2 types of true flame of the sun to reach the realm of great success. Opening up another 9 yang meridians was not an easy task, and to fuse these 9 yang meridians with different types of true flame of the sun, he had to endure the pain of burning his meridians. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to cultivate it successfully, he might even be tortured to death. Long ago, Ling Xiao already had a certain understanding of the 9 sun burning heaven technique. Now that he had a deeper understanding of this cultivation technique, he felt that while this cultivation technique was powerful, it was not so easy to cultivate. Without great willpower, people would not dare to cultivate it easily. It was no wonder that Lu Su had handed over the cultivation technique so readily. The reason why Lu Su was able to cultivate to his current realm was because he had obtained the inheritance and had the deepest understanding of cultivating the 9 sun burning heaven technique. He did not need to fumble around to be able to distinguish the advantages and disadvantages of cultivating this cultivation technique and choose the best cultivation method. No wonder this cultivation technique is not weaker than the ancient emperor mystic technique. Once cultivated to great success, not only would one's battle strength be astonishing, the healing speed would also not be slow. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes emitted a bright light as he muttered. This 9 sun burning heaven technique did not only have an attack section, but also a healing section. Borrowing the power of the true flame to heal injuries, it was also quite fast. However, compared to the ancient emperor mystic technique, there was still a certain gap. However, the ancient emperor mystic technique focused on defense, and in terms of offense, it still needed to be combined with other cultivation techniques in order to display its power. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and immediately entered into a state of cultivation. The first thing he needed to do was to plan out the 9 yang meridians. There were countless large and small meridians in the human body, but the most important ones were the 365 main meridians. They were indispensable to the human body, and it was not difficult to choose 9 yang meridians from them. The difficult part was how to train these 9 meridians to be strong and wide. For others, they might have to train these 9 yang meridians again. But for Ling Xiao, it was completely unnecessary. When he cultivated the unique Guiyuan technique and the ancient emperor mystic technique, he had trained each of his main meridians to be incomparably strong and wide. Each meridian seemed to be cast from gold, and they were incomparably strong. Their width was also incomparable to ordinary meridians, and the amount of spiritual qi they could absorb was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao's defense be so strong, and how could his battle strength increase to such a terrifying level? Now, he only needed to choose 9 meridians, run them a little, and divide them into yang meridians. Since the 9 meridians were settled, the next step was to store fire spiritual energy in them, maintain the most primitive fire energy, and then fuse 9 different types of true flames into the 9 meridians one by one. Then it would be a great success. The heavenly fire was originally a yang fire, and belonged to the most powerful yang fire. Its existence helped Ling Xiao complete the fusion of one of the yang meridians. The heavenly fire and Ling Xiao were already one, and its power would not cause any burning pain to Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao easily completed the first layer. However, the demonic demon heavenly fire was a purple flame, suitable for the 7th meridian of the 9 suns burning heaven sun, the 7th layer, the purple flame divine Sunday. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao fused with the heavenly fire and completed the first yang meridian, he still could not cross the first 6 layers to use the purple flame divine sun. Only by fusing with the first 6 layers of yang fire would he be able to use the purple flame divine sun. Then how could he fuse the other 8 types of true yang fire into the other 8 meridians? The first layer of the first meridian, the scarlet scorching sun, was the easiest to obtain true yang fire. That was to absorb the yang energy from the rising sun and absorb the sun energy into the first meridian, then it would be considered to have cultivated the first layer. Every morning, Ling Xiao would appear on the main peak and meditate for a few hours. His upper body would be bare, and he would absorb the sun energy with all his might. The force of the first sun was relatively mild, and Ling Zhao's meridians were not ordinary. Every time he absorbed the force of the first sun, he did not feel any pain, but only a slight itch. After absorbing the sun energy for 3 months, Ling Zhao filled the first yang meridian, and he could finally use the power of the scarlet scorching sun. As for the other 7 types of yang energy, they could only be obtained through a special method, and it was not something that could be achieved through cultivation alone. For example, for the second layer of the second meridian, the golden flame spirit sun, he would need to find a type of golden yang fire to fuse with the second yang meridian. This type of golden flame was not easy to find, and he would need the help of spiritual herbs or spiritual beasts that contain the yang energy to be effective. The 5th rank golden flame grass could cultivate the golden flame energy, and there was naturally some golden flame grass in Ling Zhao's collection. However, if he wanted to fill the whole meridian with golden flame grass, he would need a huge amount of golden flame grass. He did not have that many golden flame grass at the moment. Therefore, he could only send out orders to his subordinates to search for or purchase golden flame grass. In this way, his half a year of closed-door cultivation had come to an end, because he knew that to cultivate the other yang meridians was not something that could be achieved in a day, and he still needed the help of many external objects. After Ling Zhao came out of closed-door cultivation, Feng Xianyun hurriedly called Ling Zhao over. She had something to discuss with Ling Zhao. "Zhao, now that the palace gate has stabilized, I want to go back and see Grandpa and Tian," Feng Xianyun said with a face full of expectation. Chapter 843. In retrospect, it had been 10 years since Ling Zhao had left the southern wasteland with Feng Xianyun. For a cultivator, 10 years was but a blink of an eye. But for Feng Xianyun, who rarely left her family, 10 years was a long time. She missed her grandfather and her son. As a considerate woman, Feng Xianyun rarely told Ling Zhao about her own mental state. She must have known that Ling Zhao was a man who did great things, and had many things to take care of, so how could she distract Ling Zhao? Furthermore, she had many sisters by her side, which was why she was able to persevere for these 10 years. Now, Ling Zhao's reputation had shaken the central region, and he had developed the proud, smiling palace. Even if the Black Demon sect came to attack, they could make them retreat. She believed that the proud, smiling palace would be stable for a short period of time. Therefore, Feng Xianyun couldn't help but ask Ling Zhao to go home and have a look. Looking at Feng Xianyun's pleading expression, Ling Zhao's expression darkened. He knew that he had neglected his wife's feelings for all these years. Ling Zhao gently held Feng Xianyun in his arms and caressed her hair. "Well, it's time to go back and have a look. I miss them too." "Husband, you promised me?" Feng Xianyun was surprised and then said, "If you don't have time, I can go back alone." "Silly, how can I let you go back alone? I miss my parents too. This time, I'll go back and bring them here. Let's not be separated from each other. Moreover, letting them live in the central region will be good for them." Ling Zhao gently scratched Feng Xianyun's nose as he said. Ling Zhao could be considered to have thoroughly established himself in the central region. It was time to bring his family and live together. Who didn't miss home? Who didn't miss home? Ling Zhao was not a person who forgot his roots. He also had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a normal person. Now that Feng Xianyun had suggested going back to take a look, Ling Zhao also felt that it was time to prepare for the next step. At the same time, he hoped that Yun Mingqi had escaped from the evil clutches of Yin He and returned to the northwest. Although he knew that this idea was unrealistic, Ling Zhao felt that it was necessary for him to go back. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Feng Xianyun was naturally overjoyed. Then, Feng Xianyun told the news to her sisters. These women had followed Ling Zhao to the central region, and they all had the intention to return with Ling Zhao. When they heard the news, they were naturally overjoyed. The happiest one was Bai Yushi. She couldn't help but shout, "We can go back and see godparents now." She had been taken in by the Ling family in the early years and treated Ling Zhao's parents as her own. Ling Zhao's parents also treated Bai Yushi as their daughter. Their relationship was extremely good. Yushi, Xiao said that he would bring Master and Madam to the central region this time so that they can see each other every day, Feng Xianyun said. Yes, we should have done that a long time ago, Bayushi replied happily. With Master and Madam here, we as daughters-in-law must be filial to them, Kai Shiyue chimed in from the side. She had become Ling Zhao's woman, but she had never seen Ling Zhao's family. According to the customs of the commoners, it was a bit improper for her to be a daughter-in-law. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were also quite happy. They wanted to go back to the charm sect, and at the same time, they planned to bring their master to the central region to be filial to him. Seeing how happy all the women were, Ling Xiao felt extremely guilty. He had so many confidants in this life, what else could he not be satisfied with? Ling Zhao's heart changed unconsciously. All of a sudden, he cast aside all the fighting and cultivation matters. He just wanted to enjoy the happiness of returning to his hometown. He wanted to enjoy the contentment of ordinary people. Ling Zhao's state of mind suddenly became clear and his temperament suddenly changed. If one looked at Ling Xiao before, they would think that he was a sharp and domineering hero. But now, he was like an ordinary handsome young man who gave off an amiable and approachable feeling. In this aspect, he actually gave off a similar feeling to Wu Bufan of the Spirit Martial Court. If Han Kai was here, he would definitely be able to see that Ling Xiao had actually returned to his natural state. All of his temperament and aura had been restrained. This state was not concealed by some kind of cultivation technique. It was a very natural state. This was very beneficial to one's cultivation. Before leaving, Ling Xiao called Xian Yao over for a chat. Naturally, Xian Yao couldn't go back with Ling Xiao. He definitely had to stay and guard the proud, smiling palace. Ling Xiao talked to Xian Yao because he wanted to hear what Xian Yao had to say. After all, he knew that this trickster had a heavenly secret that others couldn't understand. Xian Yao was sure that nothing major would happen in the proud, smiling palace in a short period of time, so Ling Xiao was relieved. Ling Xiao brought his women Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin, Bayushi, Bing Ruoxue, Yu Laiyan and Wunyang Mei back. Wei Dai, and Yao Qingmin didn't go with them. Wei Dai's only relative was Ling Shi, and she didn't have any relatives in the northwest. In addition, she had a good relationship with Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Poison Scorpion and 8 generals in the 10,000 Broken Mountain range a few years ago. They wanted to stay in the palace to recruit a new generation of disciples, so she took the initiative to stay and help them with this matter. As for Yao Qingmin, she had followed her master Li Shui since she was young. Although she really wanted to accompany Ling Xiao and the others to the northwest and the southern wasteland, she didn't want to leave her master alone in the palace. Furthermore, she still had to preside over the auction in Wind Cloud City. After thinking about it, she finally decided to stay. Oh right, shouldn't you guys dress up before going back? Ling Xiao said as he looked at his beautiful wives and concubines in front of him. The few women looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but Yu Laiyan knew what Ling Xiao was thinking and said with a smile, "He's laughing because he's afraid that we, the femme fatale, will bring him trouble. Hee, I just don't want too many insensible flies to come over and buzz around." Ling Xiao laughed. Yu Laiyan was right, every single one of them was as beautiful as a fairy, with a myriad of temperaments. Which man wouldn't be moved by them, especially Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang, these 2 women who had a seductive body. After they cultivated a set of high-level seduction techniques, their temperaments had undergone a huge change, as if they could make a man feel a great desire with just a raise of their hand. Ling Zhao's temperament could be considered to be especially firm, but when the 2 of them joined hands to use seduction techniques on him, he found it difficult to control them. It was also because of this that Ling Zhao's strong physique was ruthlessly tortured by the 2 of them to the point of weakening him several times. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse the 2 women in his heart for being so bewitching. It wasn't that the 2 women were more beautiful than the other women, but that they were born with a bewitching bone and cultivated seduction techniques. The temptation they emitted was much stronger than the other women. Then let's change into some commoner clothes, Feng Xianyun suggested. Of course, the women wouldn't object, and immediately got someone to bring some commoner clothes to change into. The women's beauty was outstanding, so how could it be covered up by a few sets of clothes? After they changed, not only did it not cover up their beauty, but it also made them exude the pure aura of a village girl, making them even more seductive and seductive. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "You should all change back to your original clothes. With your current appearance, there will be even more flies looking for trouble." Their original appearance exuded an elegant and cold aura. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to casually look for trouble with them, but after they changed their clothes, they became as pure and lovely as the mountain girls. When other people saw them, they might think that they were weak commoner women, and would definitely have the guts to look for trouble with them. In that case, it was better to let them maintain their original appearance, and only hope that the flies would be a little more tactful. When Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard heard that Ling Xiao wanted to return to the northwest, they hurried over. "Boss, let me follow you back," Yi Yunfeng pleaded as soon as he saw Ling Xiao. "Young master, this servant is also willing to follow you back," Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "This time, I'll go back to pick up my family. It won't take long, so you guys don't need to follow me." "Boss, how can this be? There will definitely be a lot of things to do along the way. It will be easier for me to help," Yi Yunfeng said. "What could possibly happen? Stay in the palace and keep watch. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible," Ling Xiao shouted as he brought out the authority of the palace lord. Yi Yunfeng and Cruel Leopard didn't dare to disobey Ling Xiao's words, so they could only shut up. However, this didn't mean that no one would follow Ling Xiao back. Other than his women, there were also many people who followed him. He was now a palace master, and his every move represented the movements of the palace. His safety was no longer a matter of one person. Ling Xiao actually didn't want to make a big fuss, but after experiencing Xian Yao's pain, he thought of the women by his side and his enemies. If he didn't have some people to protect him, he was really afraid that something would happen. If he couldn't split himself, then it would be a sin. Thus, Ling Xiao brought Gung Hong, Fong Qin, and Luo Yu, the three emperors, along with a dozen or so Empyreans. Such a force was no longer something an ordinary force could contend against. Unless it was a large force that attacked with all their might, it would be possible to cause them harm. Although he had these people following him, Ling Xiao didn't plan to make a big fuss. He made them dress like commoners and restrain their auras. They definitely couldn't attract too much attention, so that they could avoid a lot of trouble. Before leaving, Ling Xiao found Mad Tooth. After the battle with Shi Yi Dao, Mad Tooth's protective spirit beast was already dead, so he didn't have another protective spirit beast for the time being. Ling Xiao handed the four-horned demon cow he had subdued to Mad Tooth and let him sign a master-servant contract with it. Mad Tooth knew that this was a peak mid-8th rank dark attribute spirit beast, so he naturally agreed happily. With Han Kai, Mad Tooth, and this peak mid-8th rank spirit beast in the sect, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease. After doing this, Ling Xiao led the group from Wind Cloud City back to his hometown. Chapter 844. There was a boundless barren mountain land, and the forest was lush and lush. Occasionally, there were flying spirit beasts circling in the sky. From the other side of the sky, there was a group of people riding on spirit beasts. They were approaching at an extremely fast speed. This group of people had an imposing aura, and the spirit beasts they were riding were all tier 6 and above. They looked very majestic. Among these spirit beasts, there were a few that were tier 7 and above. They looked especially strong and eye-catching. However, the most eye-catching were not these tier 7 spirit beasts, but the 7 women who were sitting on 7 different spirit beasts. Although these 7 women were all wearing cloaks, their figures were outstanding and their auras were extraordinary. They were like the kings of 100 flowers, and each of them was emitting a bright color. In the middle of these 7 women, there was a handsome young man who was dressed elegantly. He was sitting on a golden three-eyed wolf. There was a faint smile on the young man's face, and his expression was somewhat languid. He seemed to be carefree, unrestrained, and casual. His aura was not as imposing as the people beside him, but he had a great affinity with the heaven and earth around him. It was as if he was separated from the heaven and earth. He gave people a feeling that the more they looked at him, the more comfortable they felt. It was as if he had a natural charm that attracted everyone. This group of people was Ling Xiao and the others who had just come out from Wind Cloud City. They had already left Wind Cloud City for more than 2 months. They had gone through dozens of big cities and were on their way to the next city. They were going to use the teleportation formation to reach the next place. There were teleportation formations in most places in the central region. However, the teleportation formation between each city was to a different place. Not every city had a corresponding teleportation formation Thus, they still had to fly for quite some distance. Young master, we will reach Wu Clan City in another day. From there, we can use the teleportation formation to reach Red Moon City. In no time, we will reach the border of the central region. Gung Hong, who was not far from Ling Xiao, said. The reason why Ling Xiao brought Gung Hong out was because the women around him needed a female expert to take care of them at all times. Gung Hong was a high-level mystic the Arch. Her strength was enough to shock many people. Furthermore, she was also under a high-level spiritual curse. There was no problem with her loyalty. Furthermore, she knew the terrain of the central region like the back of her hand. As an assassin, one had to have a more detailed understanding of the various places. Gung Hong was higher than Fang Qin and Luo Yu in Sha Tian's organization. Naturally, she knew the terrain better than the two of them. Let's go to Wu Clan City first. After resting for a day, we will continue at full speed and try to reach the Blood Demon region as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said. Once he thought about returning to the Blood Demon region, Ling Xiao's emotions surged. It was the same for the women around him. Back then, Ling Xiao had spent more than half a year traveling from the border of the central region to the Blackwater sect in the North Water domain. Wind Cloud City was much further away from the border of the central region. Based on his strength back then, it would probably take him close to a year to reach the border. Now, they had only spent slightly more than 2 months and had already traveled more than half the distance. They believed that they would reach the border in another month and a half. This was because Ling Xiao and company's strength was no longer the same as before. Naturally, their flying speed was several times faster than before. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao accompanying the women to various big cities and scenic spots along the way, their speed would be much faster than it was now. Wu Clan City was directly under the control of the Wu Clan. The Wu Clan belonged to the category of 5th grade strength and was the strongest clan in the vicinity. The construction of their directly under the city was naturally not any worse than that of ordinary big cities. The reason why Ling Xiao and the others chose to rest in Wu Clan City for a day was that Wu Clan City was rich in a refining material called indigo firestone. Indigo firestone was a rare mineral material and was one of the essential main materials for forging fire attribute spiritual weapons. Any kind of fire attribute spiritual weapon with indigo firestone would have a greater increase in grade and power. With this material, there were more craftsmen coming and going in Wu Clan City. With craftsmen coming and going, it would naturally increase the mobility of warriors. This also made Wu Clan City seem much more lively than other cities. Every place has its own people, but here, a mineral vein has its own people. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh as he looked at the craftsmen walking around in the city. No matter which sect or clan it was, they all needed a large source of income. Some relied on hunting spirit beasts, searching for spirit herbs, and obtaining glazed crystals through trading. Some relied on various taxes in the city to increase their income, and some relied on the characteristics of their own place to create income. Wu Clan City was undoubtedly helping them in their geographical location and increasing their income a lot. Palace Master is right. Indigo firestone is extremely rare. The Wu family has occupied a large vein of indigo firestone, and every year, they mine a lot of indigo firestone. However, they usually don't sell it and basically put it up for auction. A peak celestial master, who was not far from Ling Xiao, stood up and said. This peak celestial master was called Li Mu. He was a martial artist of the wood attribute. He was an inner elder of the Smiling Palace. He had been selected after many rounds of selection. In the battle against the Black Demon sect, he had also displayed astonishing combat strength. He had killed many Black Demon sect's Wolf Eagle secret guards. He was also one of the talents that Ling Xiao had specially named to focus on training. Things are precious when they are rare. There's nothing wrong with them doing this, Ling Xiao replied softly. Then he said, We're only staying here for a day. I need 30,000 indigo firestones in a day. I'll leave this matter to you. Can you do it? Li Mu looked a little embarrassed at first, but he immediately promised, this subordinate can do it. He thought to himself, Palace Master needs such a large amount. I don't know if Wu Clan is willing to sell. However, with the reputation of our proud smiling palace, if they don't sell, don't blame us for being angry. Ling Xiao also knew that it was not easy for Li Mu. While handing over the mystic crystals, he also asked Luo Yu to bring a few people to accompany him. With Luo Yu around, presumably, Wu Clan would not dare to refuse this matter. Ling Xiao was not a blacksmith. Normally, he would not have the slightest interest in indigo firestone, but now he desperately needed this material. Because he cultivated the 9 sun-burning heaven technique, the 3rd meridian's indigo flame extreme yang, he needed the indigo fire of the indigo fire from the indigo fire of the 3rd meridian of his 9 yang meridians. Only then could he cultivate the 3rd meridian well. This was the reason why Ling Xiao stayed in Wu Clan City. Li Mu was overjoyed. With the mid-level mystic emperor accompanying him, there was nothing he could not do. Li Mu brought Luo Yu and the others to Wu Clan in advance. Ling Xiao and the others were strolling leisurely on the official road, attracting the attention of the people around them. Most of the people's gazes fell on the 7 voluptuous women. Looking at the perverted looks of their big brother pig, they all had dirty thoughts in their hearts. It was only when they saw the entourage of the 7 women that they lost the courage to act. Oh my God, these women's figures are so good. Brother's body is on fire just looking at them. Isn't that so? Look at the 2 in red and pink clothes. Their breasts are perky enough, their waists are slender enough, and their butts are fat enough. They are the best of the best. They are not bad, but the others are not bad either. Especially the one in purple clothes, her figure is full enough. It would be great to roll on the bed with her. I think the girl in green clothes is even better. She looks like the little sister next door. I really want to dote on her. Don't just talk and don't act. If you have the ability, go and snatch them. Many warriors were pointing at them in a low voice, looking like thieves who had lustful hearts but no guts. If it was before, Ling Xiao would definitely teach these people a lesson. However, he had encountered too many such things along the way. It was not worthwhile for him to lower himself to their level. They were just a group of people who were jealous of his luck with women. When Ling Xiao and the others walked in front of a restaurant, there was some commotion inside the restaurant. F***CK, you stinking beggar. You dare to come to our restaurant to eat and drink without Xian crystals? I'll beat you to death. A rough voice rang out. Another weak voice sounded, No, my Xian crystals were stolen by them. I'll get them back right now. How could 3rd young master lay his hands on a stinking beggar like you? Since you don't know what's good for you, kick his legs and throw him out. Let him know that our DeLong restaurant is not a place where anyone can come and eat for free. The rough voice rang out again. Then, there was a burst of noise inside the restaurant. It seemed that someone had started fighting. After a while, there was a scream. Kacha kacha. It seemed that the freeloader's legs had been broken by the people in the restaurant. Then, a figure was ruthlessly thrown out of the restaurant. The people in the restaurant obviously would not let it go so easily. Several people ran out and punched and kicked the man. Many people surrounded them from afar to watch the show. They all had expressions of rage on their faces. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't he know that the DeLong restaurant is Wu Jia's property? He actually dared to eat for free in the DeLong restaurant. Isn't he asking for a beating? Really? That's right, but I heard that this person is a foreigner. He seems to have offended young Master Wu San, so young Master Wu San specially sent people to teach him a lesson. No way, he's just a stinking beggar. What makes him worthy of young Master Wu San's attention? I don't know about that. Look, young Master Wu San has come out. At the entrance of the restaurant, a young man wearing a snow-white robe walked out. Beside him were 2 beautiful maids and a few attendants who were at the King stage to the Earth Emperor stage. This young man was the son of the Wu family's patriarch. He was ranked 3rd and was known as Young Master Wu San. He was at the peak of the king's stage and was a famous noble young master in the Wu family city. Young Master Wu San waved the white flower fan in his hand. He looked at the beggar who was being beaten with disdain and said, "You dare to slander this young master for stealing your Xian crystal? You're so untactful. Cripple another of his arms." Ling Xiao had no intention of meddling in this matter. Just as he was about to leave with everyone, Bai Yushi revealed a surprised expression and said to Ling Xiao, Young master, that person seems to be the old master." Chapter 845. It would have been better if Bai Yushi hadn't said this, but the moment she said it, Ling Xiao stumbled and almost fell. Who was Ling Xiao? He had the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable and was comparable to a mystic the Arch. Even if he was attacked by a few heavenly venerables at the same time, he wouldn't be able to move at all. But when he heard Bai Yushi's words, he almost fell. This proved how important the old master that Bai Yushi spoke of was to Ling Xiao. Who was the old master? Who could be Ling Xiao's old master? Of course, it was the Ling family's grand elder, Ling He. When Ling He was in the Ling family, he took good care of Ling Xiao and even accepted Ling Xiao as his successor disciple. He imparted the Vajra 5 transformation technique to Ling Xiao, which was now the ancient emperor divine technique. It was during that period that Ling Xiao established the best relationship with Ling He. Ling Xiao respected Ling He from the bottom of his heart. When Ling Xiao went to the Purple Sky sect, Ling He had also left Meteorite City to travel elsewhere. After that, when Ling Xiao returned from the Purple Sky sect, Ling He wasn't in the Ling family, and no one knew where he went. At that time, Ling He was already at the king stage, so Ling Xiao wasn't worried that he didn't have the ability to protect himself. Now that he suddenly heard Bai Yushi say that the person who was beaten up was his old master, how could he not be shocked and lose his composure? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the person who was beaten up just now. Just as he was about to confirm if it was his old master, Bai Yushi had already flown out and shouted at the same time, "All of you, stop." Bai Yushi was already at the half-venerable stage, and she was also rather concerned about Ling He. She used all her strength from the start. A blue light flashed, and the few spirit masters who were surrounding the beggar were sent flying far away, dead. Bai Yushi helped the dirty beggar up, and tears rolled down her beautiful eyes. Old master, it's really you?" The beggar in front of him looked very messy. His clothes were torn and his hair was also very messy. He looked no different from a real beggar. If Bai Yushi had not served Ling He for some time when she was serving Ling Xiao in the Ling family, she would not have been able to tell that this person was the supreme elder of the Ling family. However, when Ling He was on the verge of death, Ling Xiao gave him the sap of the 10,000-year tree. Not only did it revive him, but it also allowed him to return to his middle-aged appearance. Fortunately, Bai Yushi had a good memory and was very grateful to those who took care of her. So, the moment Ling He was thrown out, she felt that he looked familiar. After taking a closer look, she confirmed that it was Ling He. Young Master Wusan didn't expect that someone would dare to meddle in his business when he wanted to punish someone in Wuxia City. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, when he saw Bai Yushi's exquisite figure, his eyes lit up, and he murmured, What a beautiful figure. She'd definitely be a good bed warmer." The oldest follower behind young Master Wusan said softly, "Young Master, this woman is not simple. She already has the strength of a half-venerable." This old man was an outer sect elder of the Wu family. He had the strength of a low-level Empyrean and was the person who protected young Master Wusan at all times. It was normal for him to be able to see Bai Yushi's strength. Half-venerable? Young Master Wusan was stunned for a moment, then he rubbed his hands together and chuckled, "That's even better. I've never had such a powerful woman before. I really want to see how it feels." Ling He, whose leg had been broken, raised his weak eyes to look at the cloaked woman who helped him up and asked, Who are you?" "Old Master, I'm young Master Ling Zhao's maid Yushi." As Bai Yushi spoke, she tore off the cloak on her head. When Ling He saw Bai Yushi's appearance, he instantly became excited. "Yushi's? It's you, child, quickly? Quickly leave, we can't afford to offend the people here." Oh master, don't worry. With young master here, no one can hurt us, Bayushi said as she wiped away her tears. When she was in the Ling family, this high and mighty supreme elder also treated her like a granddaughter. When he was free, he would often guide her in her cultivation. Bayushi was also very respectful to him. Now that she saw him in such a miserable state, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, I must teach those who hurt old master a lesson. Xiao also came to the central region. Ling He, who was in a weak state, said with a burst of joy and nervousness. Oh master, I'm here. Ling Xiao ran over with a look of grief and indignation. He responded and directly knelt down in front of Ling He. When Ling Xiao knelt down, the 20 people behind him also knelt down at the same time. For a moment, there were even more people watching on both sides of the official road. The manager of the Delong Hotel glanced at young Master Wusan and whispered, Young Master Wusan, this? What should we do about this? This person was the one who had just ordered to break Ling He's legs. When he saw such a strong woman appear and save Ling He was a little worried that she would cause trouble for him. Young Master Wusan glared at him and said, What are you afraid of? Don't you have me? After saying that, he walked towards Bayushi with a few followers behind him. His eyes were filled with strong desire. Miss, may I know your name? I'm Wu Shang from the Wu family. Everyone calls me young Master Wusan. Wu San revealed a smile that he thought was the most charming and asked Bayushi. Ling He looked at Wu San and revealed a look of anger. Then he said to Bayushi and Ling Xiao, Yushi, Xiao, don't worry about me. This is the base camp of the Wu family. They are too strong. I've offended them. They won't let me go. Ling He held his breath and finished his sentence. Then he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Bayushi panicked. Without thinking, she fed a drop of the spring of life to Ling He. When the spring of life appeared, the surrounding warriors all felt a huge amount of pure energy. Good stuff. The holy master beside young Master Wusan exclaimed. If young Master Wusan wasn't beside him, he would have immediately snatched the thing from Bayushi's hand. Young Master Wusan wasn't angry when Bayushi ignored him. However, he knew Bayushi's strength and didn't dare to get too close to her. He said to the holy master beside him, Invite this lady over. I want to have a good talk with her. That heavenly venerable immediately grabbed at Bayushi without even thinking. His move was very fast. However, there was someone faster than him. He directly stood in front of Bayushi and grabbed his hand. For you, how dare you meddle in other people's business? Are you tired of living? The holy master shouted at the young man in front of him. At the same time, he wanted to pull his hand back. However, he found that the other party's strength seemed to be endless. It was extremely difficult for him to pull his hand back. He was shocked that the other party's strength was definitely above his. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the young man didn't reply. He directly used his actions to tell him that he didn't want to interfere in this matter. The young man directly pulled his hand hard and kicked the holy master's lower body at the same time. In an instant, the holy master's arm was directly torn off by the young man. A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain. The holy master hugged his wound and fell to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked and all of them retreated a great distance. Who would have thought that the handsome young man in front of them would make a move just like that? Moreover, he was so ruthless. However, they were also thinking to themselves that this young man had offended the people from the Wu clan. Could it be that he really wanted to die? After all, the Wu clan was the overlord here. The strength of a 5th grade sect was also quite strong. If an ordinary person caused trouble here, if they didn't have some skills, they would not be able to withstand the Wu clan's annihilation. Young Master Wu San was also scared out of his wits. He retreated a few steps and staggered towards the person behind him. If it wasn't for the person behind him who was quick to catch him, he would have fallen to the ground. Anyone who dares to touch my old master will die. The person who made a move was, of course, Ling Xiao. He was furious like never before. His own old master had actually become a beggar and he didn't even know it. Moreover, his legs were broken by someone in front of him and he almost lost his life. There was a ball of fire in his heart. He had to make some people pay a painful price to vent the hatred in his heart. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he strode in front of the holy master who had fallen to the ground. The holy master rolled back and said in fear, "Don't act recklessly. I am the Wu clan's elder." Before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and at the same time, his foot ruthlessly stepped on the holy master's neck. A clear and crisp sound rang out. It was so ear-piercing and shocking to the ears of everyone present. A dignified holy master was trampled to death just like that. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. What kind of strength was this? How terrifying was this? Young Master Wusan was so scared that his face turned pale. He said to the person behind him in horror, "Quick, quick, call the law enforcers over, quick." His strongest follower had been killed. If the other party killed him before the Wu clan's people arrived, then his death would not be worth it. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Wu San with contempt. In his eyes, this person was already a dead man. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but a holy master behind him had already made a move. Young Master Wu San's followers didn't have any ability to resist. They were all imprisoned and couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about them for the time being. He squatted down to check on Ling He's injuries. Looking at Ling He's miserable appearance, Ling Xiao felt as if his heart had been stabbed fiercely. It was so uncomfortable. "Old master has wronged you. Xiao is unfilial." Ling Xiao knelt down again and said to Ling He. With the spring of life that Bai Yushi fed Ling He's injuries were mostly healed. However, his broken leg still needed some elixirs to regenerate his broken bones. Therefore Ling Xiao fed Ling He a high-level elixir. At the same time, he found out that Ling He's cultivation had been destroyed. For a moment, Ling Xiao's anger burned again. Chapter 846. Cripple their cultivation first. Ling Xiao's eyes were red with anger as he spoke faintly. His own grandfather's dantian had been crippled, and he had lost all his cultivation. No wonder he had been bullied by a group of spirit masters earlier. No matter who had crippled his grandfather, Ling Xiao would make these people pay a greater price. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the sky sovereign of the proud, smiling palace began to make his move. Bang bang. Xiao Chen sent out a few palm strikes as fast as lightning. Several figures were sent flying into the hotel as they screamed miserably. Young Master Wusan and his entourage had their cultivation crippled at this moment. The surrounding people's expressions changed. They didn't expect this group of outsiders to be so strong, as if they didn't put the people of the Wu clan in their eyes. "Oh master, don't worry. Xiao will definitely make those who hurt you pay 100 times the price." Ling Xiao stepped forward and picked up Ling He. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would take them away, but who knew that Ling Xiao would turn around and walk back into the hotel? What is he trying to do? Does he think that he can start a war with the Wu clan with just these few people? He's really arrogant. Is it worth it for a beggar? Really? These people aren't dressed very well, but look at those women. All of them have extremely hot bodies. I think the other party also has a great background, otherwise they wouldn't be so bold. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. No one has dared to provoke the Wu clan in 100 years. I'm afraid these people are dead for sure. The inside of the restaurant was already completely cleared. The DeLong restaurant was one of the businesses under the Wu clan. Generally, no one dared to cause trouble here, so there weren't many guards. The people who were in the restaurant found out that the Wu clan's third young master had been crippled. How could they have the guts to stay here? They had already run away as far as they could, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao carefully placed Ling He on a chair and looked at his grandfather with a pained expression. "Don't worry, grandfather. Although your cultivation has been destroyed, Xiao will definitely help you recover and improve your strength. If it was an ordinary person, no one would be able to recultivate a person whose dantian had been destroyed, but who was Ling Xiao? He was a 7th grade alchemist, and there was a 7th grade elixir that could reshape the elixir field. Therefore, he was not just comforting Ling He, Ling He took the spring of life and a few elixirs, and his condition quickly recovered. If he hadn't lost all his cultivation, he could have jumped up immediately. Xiao, it's not worth it, it's not worth it. This is the territory of the Wu clan, a 5th grade force. Even if you've become stronger, you're still no match for them. Take your people and leave. Don't bother with me. Ling He didn't know how powerful Ling Xiao was now, so he said to Ling Xiao anxiously, "Grandfather, don't worry. Young master is very powerful now. Even if the Wu clan's grand elder came here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to young master." Bai Yushi replied, "No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight against 4 people. You guys leave quickly." Ling He didn't want to implicate Ling Xiao and Bai Yushi, so he said decisively, "Grandfather, Yushi is right. With me here, even the Heavenly King can't do anything to us," Ling Xiao said in a very domineering manner. After a pause, he asked, "Grandfather, tell me first, who broke your dantian? I will definitely destroy his family." A martial artist's dantian was their dantian. Breaking the dantian meant the end of a martial artist's life. This was unacceptable to anyone. Ling Xiao would catch the culprit even if he had to dig 3 inches into the ground. Ling He revealed a desolate expression and sighed, "It's a long story." Just as Ling He was about to tell the reason, some voices came from outside the restaurant. "Where is the culprit? Who on earth has the gall of a bear's heart and leopard's guts to actually dare to cause trouble in the city?" A loud voice rang out in alarm. It was obvious that the guards of the Wu clan city had brought people to arrest the culprit. Ling Xiao quietly gave his people a look. More than a dozen celestial masters who came with Ling Xiao walked out of the restaurant one after another. A peaked celestial master from the Proud Smile Palace shouted, "Whoever dares to step half a step into the restaurant will die." "How dare you? It's you people. Take them all down." The guards inside the city shouted in shock. Immediately afterward, a battle broke out outside the restaurant, and a series of rumbling sounds shook the surroundings. However, the sounds of the battle didn't last for long before they disappeared. Ling Xiao completely ignored the outcome of the battle and asked Ling He, "Old master, tell me. I want to know how you've been living all these years." Ling He understood that Ling Xiao was different now, and his eyes were filled with excitement and kindness as he looked at Ling Xiao. He calmed himself down and told Ling He about his experiences over the years. It turned out that after Ling He left Meteorite City, he didn't leave the Northwest region immediately. Instead, he wandered around many cities in the Northwest region for about 3 to 4 years. Later on, he got to know a few king-rank independent cultivators and headed to the Central region with them. He intended to experience the strength of the Central region and broaden his horizons. He hoped that he would have a chance to improve himself. They were lucky enough to pass through the Blood Demon territory and arrive at the Central region. However, when they arrived at the Central region, they realized that their strength was still at the lowest level. They didn't have much Xian crystals, so it was difficult for them to move about freely in the Central region. Therefore, they joined a mercenary group and began to hunt spirit beasts to earn Xian crystals. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The mercenary group they joined was not strong, and they were attacked by a powerful spirit beast. Most of them died, and only Ling He and his other friend were lucky enough to escape. After that friend of his became a guard for a clan in a city. Ling He was used to being superior in Meteorite City, so he was not willing to be a guard. Therefore, he chose to cultivate alone in a barren mountain. At the same time, he found some spirit herbs to trade. He planned to earn enough Xian crystals before returning to the Northwest region. He became a rogue cultivator for several years. During these years, he occasionally obtained spirit herbs of the high level of the metal attribute, which helped his cultivation improve. He felt that it was good to cultivate like this, so he was not in a hurry to return to Meteorite City. Later, he was almost bitten to death by a spirit beast while searching for spirit herbs. He managed to escape by putting his life on the line. After his escape, he had the healing effect of the ancient emperor's divine skill, which quickly healed some of his flesh wounds. The scene of him healing was coincidentally discovered by the people of the Wu family. The people of the Wu family were also knowledgeable. They recognized the extraordinariness of this cultivation method at a glance, so they were tempted. The people of the Wu family directly used force to coerce Ling He to hand over the incantation of this cultivation method. Ling He knew that he was no match for them, so he recited the incantation to the people of the Wu family. Ling He was also clever. He only recited the first 3 transformations, saying that he had only obtained half of the incantation. The people of the Wu family naturally did not believe him, so they tortured Ling He. They even robbed and shattered Ling He's space ring. It was also during this process that Ling He's cultivation was destroyed. His space ring was also destroyed, and he completely became a useless person. The people of the Wu family were also particularly vicious. They did not kill Ling He, but just threw him to the Wu family city and made him a beggar to suffer all kinds of torture. Their purpose was to hope that Ling He would hand over the complete ancient emperor's divine skill. Ling He suffered such a blow, and all his hopes turned to dust. He almost wanted to commit suicide. However, he still hoped that he would have a chance to return to Meteorite City. Even if he died, he wanted to return to his roots. He struggled to live a beggar's life for a period of time. The hardships he experienced were not worth mentioning to outsiders. Today, Ling He was lucky enough to get a kind warrior to give him some mysterious crystals. He planned to sell a pot of wine and eat a good meal in a restaurant before leaving this sad place. Unexpectedly, the people of the Wu family teased him again and broke his legs. Ling Xiao and the others were also clear about what happened next. After listening to Ling He's story, Bai Yushi and the other women could not help but cry. Ling Xiao's eyes also became red, but he held back his tears. God damn the Wu family, young master, we must not let them go. Bai Yushi had always been a gentle and kind woman. She rarely got angry. Now that she heard Ling He's words, she was extremely angry in her heart. That's right, we must make them give us an explanation. Feng Xinyun's beautiful eyes flashed with thick killing intent. Husband, let's just directly kill the Wu family. Let's see what they can do to us. Kai Shiyue echoed. The other women also expressed that they must teach the Wu family a lesson. Ling Xiao walked away. He took a deep breath and said faintly, "If I don't wash the Wu family with blood today, my surname will not be Ling." After saying that, his whole body's killing intent burst out in an instant. The women around him were all shocked. They all knew that Ling Xiao was completely angry. When something big happened in the restaurant, the Wu family's patriarch, Wu Wuchang, and a group of family elders met with the proud Smiling Palace's elder, Li Mu. Patriarch Wu, what do you think? We, the proud Smiling Palace, now need 30,000 indigo fire stones. We will pay you according to the price. I hope you can sell it to us, Li Mu said indifferently. Wu Wuchang, who was sitting at the head of the table, showed a flattering smile and said, "Elder Li, we discussed just now. The number of indigo fire stones that the proud Smiling Palace needs is really too large. We, the Wu family, cannot take out so many in a short time. However, we will not let Elder Li return empty-handed. We can give you at most 5,000 indigo fire stones. The price will definitely be much more favorable. What do you think, Elder Li?" Nowadays, the proud Smiling Palace's prestige had spread throughout the central region. Everyone knew the power of the proud Smiling Palace. However, this was the Wu family's territory, and the Wu family had always put the indigo fire stones in the auction. The proud Smiling Palace did not follow the rules and asked for 30,000. The Wu family naturally found it difficult to accept, but they did not want to offend the proud Smiling Palace too much. Therefore, they planned to sell it to Li Mu for 5,000, which could be considered as giving face to the proud Smiling Palace. It seems that the Wu family's patriarch is not sincere. Li Mu's expression instantly turned ugly. Chapter 847. The Wu clan was considered the strongest force in this area. Most of the surrounding forces were 6th or 7th rank forces, so it was difficult for them to pose any threat. The reason why the Wu clan dared to refuse Li Mu was because they felt that the proud Smiling Palace was far away from them. They believed that the proud Smiling Palace would not attack them. Moreover, it was not that they did not give face to the proud Smiling Palace. They were already willing to make an exception and sell 5,000 indigo firestones to the proud Smiling Palace. For others, the Wu clan did not follow the rules and sold the proud Smiling Palace 5,000 indigo firestones was indeed a lot. But for Li Mu, this amount was too far from the amount set by his palace master. As far as he knew, the Wu clan would sell 100,000 indigo firestones to several major refining sects every year. He only needed 30,000 now, but the Wu clan actually said that they did not have it and only took out 5,000 to send a beggar away. This really made Li Mu furious. Elder Li, don't be angry. You want so much all at once, the Wu clan is really helpless. If Elder Li can extend the time by a year, the Wu clan will even dig 3 feet into the ground and beat up 30,000 for your palace. What does Elder Li think? Wu Chang was also a smiling tiger. Li Mu was angry, but he still did not have any dissatisfaction. This kind of cultivation was indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Master Wu, your Wu clan mines at least hundreds of thousands of indigo firestones every year. After so many years of accumulation, how can you not even take out a mere 30,000? Does Master Wu think that the proud Smiling Palace is easy to deal with? Li Mu said loudly and then crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. For a moment, the elders in the Wu clan were nervous. They all looked at Li Mu coldly as if Li Mu made a move, they would kill him and the others on the spot. Wu Chang pressed his hand on the seat of honor and said, Elder Li, don't be angry. How about this, we each take a step back. The Wu clan will sell you 10,000 now. This is the bottom line of the Wu clan. If Elder Li still feels that it is not enough, then I can only say sorry. After saying this, Wu Chang's expression became a bit gloomy. Suddenly, Li Mu burst into laughter. Could. You're just a nobody. Do you think you can be as arrogant as the Black Demon sect? I, Li Mu, will take 30,000 today. If you don't blame us for bullying you. After saying that, Li Mu released his peak heavenly venerate strength. Luo Yu, who entered the hall with him, also released her mid-level mystic the Arch aura. It was also at this moment that the expressions of the Wu clan's people in the main hall instantly turned ugly. That middle-stage mystic Thearka's aura pressured them so much that they couldn't breathe. Mystic the Arch. Wu Chang muttered in fear. Normally, a 5th grade sect would have a half the Arch. There were also quite a number of 5th grade sects that had a mystic the Arch overseeing it. The Wu clan also had a low-tier mystic the Arch. However, that mystic Thearka's aura was far inferior to Luo Yu's. This was also the reason why the people of the Wu family had ugly expressions on their faces. Master Wu, you have to think about it carefully. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Mu was too lazy to bargain with the people of the Wu clan. Their palace lord was still waiting for his reply. Wu Chang wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and looked at the other elders in the hall. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, 30,000 it is. We, the Wu clan, will give face to the proud Smiling Palace. I hope that we can become friends with the proud Smiling Palace in the future. In the face of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. The people of the Wu clan did not want to bear the wrath of a real mystic the Arch for this small amount of indigo firestones. It was not worth it. Li Mu showed a proud smile and said, Master Wu, wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? The proud Smiling Palace is not a bully. After a pause, he said, Do you know the price? Wu Chang's face twitched. He knew that Li Mu wanted to take the opportunity to lower the price. Just as he was about to speak, someone outside the hall came to report. What's the matter? Wu Chang saw a guard whisper a few words to an elder near the door and asked. The elder's face was a little anxious. He took 2 steps to Wu Chang's ear and explained the matter. How dare they touch the people of our Wu clan? Immediately dispatch the elders of the clan to kill these bastards. Wu Chang angrily slammed the table and shouted. Yes, Patriarch. I will definitely kill them to show the prestige of our Wu clan. The elder responded, turned around, and was about to leave. Li Mu heard the words of the two and knew that someone was looking for trouble with the Wu clan. He suddenly had an idea. Master Wu, did something happen to your clan? Li Mu asked casually. Wu Chang put on a fake smile and said, I've let Elder Li see a joke. It's just some clowns causing trouble. It's nothing big, nothing big. His words were actually referring to the people who were causing trouble in the city. However, when he said this to Li Mu, it made Li Mu feel that he was pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. He cursed in his heart, damn it, you're really asking for a beating. However, Li Mu didn't want to complicate matters. He suppressed his anger and said, how about this, Master Wu, give me the indigo fire stones. I'm about to leave, so I'll help you get rid of this blind thief. What does Master Wu think? Li Mu's words meant that he wanted to take away all the indigo fire stones for free and then help the Wu clan once. This was also a good plan. When the people of the Wu clan heard this, they were all unhappy. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. The mystic the arch was not a joke here. Wu Chang hesitated for a moment and replied, all right, since Elder Li thinks so highly of our Wu clan, we'll have to trouble Elder Li. Just now, he had heard the report that this person was not weak. He had killed an Empyrean in one move. Now that Li Mu was willing to make a move, he would just treat it as spending some indigo fire stones to watch a show. This was much better than directly giving the indigo fire stones to the proud, smiling palace. Thus, Wu Chang gave 30,000 indigo fire stones to Li Mu and brought a group of elders and Li Mu to the city, intending to start a massacre. Inside the Delong restaurant, Ling Xiao was personally greeting young Master Wu San. Were you the one who broke my grandfather's legs just now? Ling Xiao asked as he stared coldly at the crippled Delong restaurant's Jianghu. The Jianghu's face was filled with fear as beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. He waved his hands and said, no. It wasn't me. It was him who asked me to do so. Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive me. Unfortunately, when Ling Xiao heard this, he had already raised his hand and smashed it down on the Jianghu's legs. Kacha kacha. The Jianghu's legs were immediately broken, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Then he fainted. However, how could Ling Xiao let him faint like this? He woke him up with a special method of breaking his hands. Just now, I just repaid my grandfather's debt. Now I'm giving it to you, Ling Xiao said with a gloomy face. Then he directly broke the Jianghu's hands. Just kill me, just kill me. The Jianghu's pain was extreme. His dantian was destroyed, and his limbs were broken. What was the point of living? It was better to kill him with a knife. Hee, it's not so easy to die. Throw him out and let him live well. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. At this time, Ling Xiao was like a devil, making young Master Wu San and the others extremely frightened. When Ling Xiao's gaze fell on them, they were all scared out of their wits. Young Master Wu San was the most cowardly. He cried and begged for mercy, spare me. I am the third young master of the Wu clan. As long as you spare me, our Wu clan will definitely give you a lot of benefits. Spare me, I don't want my limbs to be crippled. He had been pampered since he was young. Now that he had suddenly met such a ruthless person, he was naturally scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao was calm and unruffled as he said, tell me, who exactly is it in your Wu family that you dare to have designs on my grandfather and even cripple his cultivation? Ling He only knew that he had been crippled by someone from the Wu clan, but he didn't know his name. It's my 5th uncle Wu Shi and 8th uncle Wu Bei who did it. It's not this old man, they're the ones who ordered him to do it. It has nothing to do with me. Young Master Wu San didn't even need to interrogate him. Wu Shi Wu Bei? What a good name. I will definitely change your names. Ling Xiao said with a strong killing intent. Then he said to his subordinates, cripple all of their limbs and throw them out. The Sky Sovereign of the proud smiling palace immediately carried out Ling Xiao's words. Those people screamed. Unfortunately, no matter how much they screamed, Ling Xiao wouldn't let them go. Oh master, don't worry. I won't let anyone from the Wu clan off. You can just sit here and watch how Xiao Air deals with them. Ling Xiao said to Ling He. Ling He looked at Ling Xiao, and his eyes were filled with joy. I didn't expect the boy to grow so much in just a few decades. It's a blessing for the Ling family. Even if I die, I can die in peace. Ling He looked at Ling Xiao and said, I didn't expect the boy to grow so much in just a few decades. Old master, don't say such words. Yushi still needs to be filial to you. Bai Yushi hurriedly said. Yes, old master, they are all your granddaughters-in-law. They will serve you from now on, Ling Xiao said, pointing to the women behind him. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the women around him all blushed. Feng Xianyun stepped forward and bowed to Ling He. Daughter-in-law Feng Xianyun greets old master. Then, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin, Bing Ruoxue, Yu Laiyan, and Wu Meinyang also stepped forward and formally bowed to Ling He. Ling He looked at his granddaughters-in-law, who were as beautiful as flowers, and his heart was incomparably gratified. He looked at Ling Zhao's resolute face, and he could foresee that the Ling family would soar in the future. Chapter 848. The people of the Wu clan were thrown out of the restaurant one by one. The people outside the restaurant watched from afar, and they were all shocked. Who the hell are these people? They actually crippled the people of the Wu clan and tortured them like this. It's too miserable. You can't say that. Young Master Wu San is too arrogant. This time he actually ruined his life for a beggar. It's really not worth it. Who would have thought that a beggar would have such an arrogant back? Strange things happen every year. In the future, it's better to stay away from beggars. The people of the Wu clan are here. There's going to be a good show to watch. Patriarch, elders, those thieves are in the restaurant. The reporting guard pointed to the DeLong restaurant and said. In fact, there was no need for him to say it. Everyone could see that a large group of people had already gathered around the restaurant to watch the show. When Wu Chang and the others arrived, these people dispersed and let the people of the Wu clan walk past. When the people of the Wu clan saw young Master Wu San and the others lying on the ground, their faces were extremely ugly. One of the elders hurriedly went forward to check on these people's injuries. His face instantly became extremely ugly. He said to Wu Chang, Patriarch, their dantians are all broken, and their limbs are all broken. As soon as the elder's words fell, the people of the Wu clan all changed their expressions. Wu Chang was even more furious and said, Bastard, how dare you be so ruthless? You might as well kill them with one slash. I must make these people pay 100 times the price. After saying that, he led the people of the Wu clan into the restaurant. Li Mu and Luo Yu exchanged glances with the people behind them. Their eyes were filled with deep doubt. Li Mu could clearly sense that the atmosphere inside was very familiar. Luo Yu had already transmitted her voice to him. It's the young master inside. Li Mu's body shook, and he thought to himself, could it be that these people were injured by the palace master? If that was the case, the Wu clan would be finished. Li Mu said to Luo Yu, let's wait and see first. Since their palace lord was here, they would definitely treat their palace lord as the main character. They would cooperate well in this play. Ling Xiao placed Ling He in the most central position. Ling Xiao had already arranged for Ling He's men to clean him up, sweeping away his previous dirty appearance. Ling Xiao and his women chatted with him while Bai Yushi massaged his shoulders and legs. At first, the people of the proud, smiling palace didn't understand why their palace master was treating the middle-aged man in such a way. Later, after listening to Ling Xiao and the others, they realized that the middle-aged man in front of them was an elder of their palace master's family. No wonder their palace master was being so humble. However, from this, they could see that their palace master was a very protective and righteous person. They thought that such a palace master was more worthy of their following. As soon as Wu Chang and the others stepped into this place, the people of the Wu clan immediately noticed that something was wrong. They looked at the beautiful women in front of them with outstanding temperament, and then looked at the dozens of men guarding them. They found that all of them were strong and spirited, and their auras were extremely vigorous. Even though they had restrained their auras, they still felt a strong sense of oppression. The people of the Wu clan were all shocked. They knew that the other party was not easy to deal with. Wu Wuchang was a middle-stage celestial venerable, and his senses were naturally extraordinary. However, Although he knew that these people were not ordinary, they were not weak either. Moreover, this was their territory and they had the advantage in numbers. Thinking about the mystic, the arch of the proud smiling palace, he felt more at ease. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in our Wu clan city? If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. Wu Wuchang directly sat on a chair and said coldly to Ling Xiao and the others. Which one is Wu Shi and Wu Bei? Ling Xiao didn't answer but asked back. The people who crippled his grandfather were Wu Shi and Wu Bei. The first thing Ling Xiao wanted was to make them pay the price. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me by my name? A middle-aged man from the Wu clan stood up and shouted. Another Wu clan member of the same age said in disdain, "That's right, this is our Wu clan's territory. Whoever wants to behave atrociously has to see the situation clearly." These two people were Wu Shi and Wu Bei. They were both low-level celestial venerables. When they went out to do something, they coincidentally saw Ling He recuperating and found that Ling He's technique to quickly recover his physical body was extremely magical. They guessed that it might be some kind of high-grade technique and wanted to take it for themselves. However, Ling He only provided them with half of the mnemonic chant, which made them very dissatisfied, which led to Ling He's tragic ending. Ling Xiao shot a murderous glare at the two of them, and the two of them felt a powerful aura pressing down on them. They panicked and stumbled backwards. Fortunately, the people behind the Wu clan supported them. Ling Xiao did not kill them instantly. He only wanted to scare them. Later, he would slowly deal with them. Ling Xiao helped Ling He up and said to the two people, "Old master, do you think it was them who attacked you heavily?" Ling He looked towards Wu Shi and Wu Bei, his eyes filled with anger. That's right, it was the two of them. Ling He would never forget the suffering he had suffered for more than a year. It was the two people in front of him who had scattered his cultivation and turned him into a beggar. That kind of hatred was something no one could understand. He had fantasized many times that one day he would kill these two people, pull out their tendons, and drink their blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Of course, Ling Xiao could see the strong hatred in Ling He's eyes. He immediately said faintly, "Cripple the two of them first." Now that Ling Xiao was a palace master, he would not easily make a move. Otherwise, what was the point of bringing these people around him? As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, a peak heavenly venerable instantly attacked Wu Shi and Wu Bei. However, the moment he attacked, a peak heavenly venerable from the Wu clan rushed forward and shouted, "Don't think that the Wu clan has no one." Bang bang. Neither of them used elemental power. They only used their moves to collide with each other. Even so, the power of a peak heavenly venerable was enough to shake the restaurant. When the two of them exchanged blows, another person from the proud smiling palace flashed out. This person also had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, and his moves were very solid. The people from the Wu clan were already prepared. Two high-level heavenly venerables rushed out at the same time. "Since you are so arrogant, then all of you can go to hell," Wu Wuchang said faintly, revealing a ruthless look. Just as he was about to call Li Mu and the others, a figure flashed past. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and then they heard two screams. But Wu Shi and Wu Bei had already rolled down in front of Ling He. Both of their hands had already been cut off. Blood continuously flowed out from their wounds. They looked incomparably hideous and frightening. Everyone stopped. They did not know why Wu Shi and Wu Bei suddenly had their arms cut off and were kneeling on the ground. The people from the Wu clan were all shocked. They could be sure that there must be a super expert among the other party. Wu Wuchang's forehead began to sweat. He thought to himself, why did so many terrifying people suddenly come? First, the people from the proud smiling palace came to the Wu clan to ask for indigo fire stones. Now, such a mysterious group of people came to this restaurant to attack them. What kind of bad luck did the Wu clan have? Old master, I will leave them to you. Ling Xiao took out a spiritual weapon and handed it to Ling He. Ling He held the spiritual weapon excitedly. His eyes were red with anger as he stared at Wu Shi and Wu Bei. He said fiercely, "You have such a day. Previously you bullied the weak. I had nothing to say. But after you got the incantation, you crippled me and tortured me. Now I will let you suffer a fate worse than death." After saying that, Ling He raised the spiritual weapon and chopped at Wu Shi and Wu Bei with trembling hands. The two wanted to dodge, but they found that their bodies were like being pressed down by a mountain. They could not move at all. Their hearts were like dead ashes. They did not expect that a mere king stage cultivator was actually someone with a great background. Wu Wuchang came back to his senses and shouted, "How dare you!" Wu Shi and Wu Bei were Wu Wuchang's cousins. Seeing his own people being harmed, how could he, as the head of the family, not say anything? The people of the Wu clan also came back to their senses after hearing Wu Wuchang's voice. Many of them wanted to save Wu Shi and Wu Bei. Suddenly, a strong aura descended on the people of the Wu clan. All of them felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Mystic their arch. These two words appeared in the minds of the people of the Wu clan again. At the moment when they were suppressed, the spiritual weapon in Ling He's hand fell. He did not take Wu Shi and Wu Bei's lives directly. He only cut off their ears first. The two of them screamed in pain again. Ling He did not stop. Although he had lost his cultivation, the spring water of life had improved his physique. Also, with the high-grade elixir that Ling Xiao gave him, it was not difficult for him to move a little. Ling He revealed a happy expression. The spiritual weapon in his hand chopped at Wu Shi and Wu Bei. "You bastards bully people. Aren't you very powerful? Come and resist, damn it." Ling He cursed and waved his spiritual weapon. He did not cut the vital parts of the human body. He just let them taste the pain of cutting flesh and let them know how uncomfortable it was to live a life worse than death. From this, it could be seen how deep Ling He's resentment was these days. Ling Xiao also knew that he had to let his great-grandfather vent his resentment. Only in this way, it would not create a demon in his heart. Only then would he be able to go further in the future. "Elderly, when are you going to make a move?" Wu Wuchang shouted with bloodshot eyes. Being bullied in his own territory, he, as the head of the family, was really aggrieved. Li Mu said before that he would help the Wu clan kill these people. Now that he did not do anything, he could only be thick-skinned and call for help. At this time, Li Mu, Luo Yu, and the others came to the front of the crowd. Just when Wu Wuchang thought that Li Mu and the others would make a move, Li Mu and the others did something that made the Wu clan feel despair. Chapter 849. Li Mu, Luo Yu, and several other celestial masters stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Palace Master." The people of the Wu clan were speechless with their mouths wide open. They could not wrap their heads around it. The young man in front of them was actually the Palace Master of the Proud Smiling Palace. What the hell was going on? The Proud Smiling Palace had only been established for a few months, but it was already famous in the central region. Not only were they allies of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, but they also had a lot of friendship with the spiritual martial pavilion. Moreover, they had killed the 5,000 experts of the Black Demon sect one by one. This reputation and record were enough to make them look up to many forces. Before the Proud Smiling Palace became famous, as the Palace Master of the Proud Smiling Palace, Ling Xiao had already caused a sensation in the central region. His every battle record was so impressive that people could only look up to him. In the end, he even made the Gu clan, who issued the Gu killing order, put down their pride and asked for peace. These achievements had already made Ling Xiao the strongest genius of the new generation. He was also the idol of countless young people in the central region and the person the older generation looked up to. As a fifth-grade family, the Wu clan did not know the movements in the central region like the back of their hand, but they could still receive information about some big things quickly. Of course, they had already heard about the Proud Smiling Palace and Ling Xiao. They did not expect that the person who caused trouble in their Wu clan city and crippled their disciples was from the Proud Smiling Palace. Moreover, the palace master was here in person. Suddenly, they all felt a little suffocated. Wu Chang felt his blood boiling. He originally wanted to ask Li Mu and the others to help the Wu clan, but was it still possible now? When Li Mu came to the Wu clan to buy indigo firestones, there was already a terrifying Emperor Xian by his side. Now Ling Xiao also had Emperor Xian by his side. Moreover, Ling Xiao's combat power was superior. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with them, or even all of the Wu clan. They said they want you to deal with me? Ling Xiao said with a playful look. His words were directed at Li Mu and the others, but his eyes were fixed on Wu Chang and the others. The faces of the people of the Wu clan were already pale to the extreme. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences of provoking such a force. Wu Chang, who was sitting on the chair, panicked and actually flipped over and sat down on the chair. He, a patriarch of a 5th-grade clan, actually put on airs in front of a palace lord of a 3rd-grade sect, and even threatened to kill them all. This time, he was completely flustered. Palace Master, I went to their Wu clan to take the Indigo Firestone and came out with them on the way. I didn't expect them to offend you, Palace Master. How would I dare to be disrespectful to Palace Master? Li Mu said to Ling Xiao, then he turned around and glared at Wu Chang. Patriarch Wu, how dare you disrespect our Palace Master? Wu Chang got up from the ground, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and said with a smile, This is definitely. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Xiao said impatiently, There's no need to say anything. Your Wu clan dared to cripple my old master and even tortured him for more than a year. This matter must be paid with the blood of everyone in your Wu clan. Ling Xiao's words were resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Regardless of whether the other people of the Wu clan were innocent or not, his old master was indeed crippled by the people of the Wu clan, and he suffered all kinds of humiliation. If he didn't massacre the Wu clan, it would be hard for him to swallow this anger. At the same time, he also wanted to prove one thing to everyone, and that was that no one in Ling Xiao's family could be casually touched. Otherwise, he would suffer 10 times the salary. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, the people of the proud smiling palace took action at the same time, killing Geng Hong, Fong Qin, and Luo Yu, the 3 great mystic emperors. A total of dozens of people from the Wu clan came, but they didn't even have the chance to escape from the restaurant before they were killed one by one, including the Wu clan's patriarch Wu Chang. When they went to hell, they would cry out for injustice. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't just kill these people. If he said that he would massacre the Wu clan, he would definitely do it. Thus, he let Li Mu and the others bring Luo Yu, Fong Qin, and the other Empyreans to attack the Wu clan, leaving only Geng Hong behind. One day later, everyone in the Wu clan was killed. This matter caused great panic in the Wu clan city, and everyone was in danger. They couldn't understand why the Wu clan, who had dominated this place for thousands of years, would be finished just like that. This was simply too unexpected. On the second day after the Wu clan was exterminated, countless rumors spread throughout the city. Have you heard? The Wu clan was wiped out. What the hell is going on? You don't even know? I heard that Master Wu San offended a beggar. Unexpectedly, the beggar had a very powerful background. As a result, the Wu clan was wiped out. So in the future, you should be polite to the beggar, lest you die without knowing what happened. It's not like that. The beggar was crippled by the people of the Wu clan. That beggar happened to be an elder of the palace, lord of the proud, smiling palace. The Wu clan kicked an iron plate and was wiped out. It's a pity that they lost thousands of years of foundation. No wonder. The palace lord of the proud, smiling palace isn't even afraid of the black demon sect, so why would he care about the Wu clan? Isn't he courting death? No matter how the rumors spread, the prestige of the proud, smiling palace was once again spread. Within the central territory, a 6th and 7th rank power could only be considered to be the weakest type of sect or clan, and these 2 ranks were the most numerous. On the other hand, only a power that had attained the 5th rank could be considered to be an overlord of an area, and it possessed a certain level of reputation. It wasn't something that just any power could easily touch. The fact that such a 5th-grade force was completely annihilated in just one day and one night was enough to attract a lot of attention. Those forces all knew that the people of the proud, smiling palace were overbearing, so they began to restrain their own people. In the future, if they met the people of the proud, smiling palace, they must be courteous. They must absolutely not provoke the people of the proud, smiling palace. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if the Wu clan suffered the same fate as the Wu clan. With the destruction of the Wu clan, the industries occupied by the Wu clan began to be fought over by many forces. Especially the indigo firestones that were mined by the Wu clan, several 6th-grade forces were fighting over them with all their might. For a time, the places that the Wu clan had occupied were filled with the flames of war and blood everywhere. Ling Xiao and the others who had eradicated the Wu clan had already left the Wu clan city. Naturally, they did not know what happened later. With Ling He in Ling Zhao's group, the speed of their journey was not affected. Ling He also learned from Bai Yuxi on the way that he, a junior who was at the level of a great-grandson, had actually made a name for himself in the central region. All kinds of deeds made him even more shocked. Thinking back to more than 10 years ago, when Ling Xiao had just left Meteorite City, he was just a young man at the middle stage of the mystic realm. In the blink of an eye, he had actually become a high-level celestial master. He also held the power of a palace and became the palace master who was above everyone else. He even clashed with the top aristocratic families of the central region and did not lose the upper hand. As an elder of Ling Xiao, he felt extremely proud of his achievements. He was so excited that tears welled up in his old eyes. Their Ling family had finally produced a remarkable figure. This time, when Ling Xiao returned to the northwest, he planned to move the Ling clan to the central region. Ling He firmly believed that the Ling clan would also become a big family in the central region in the near future. At the same time, he was also secretly praising Ling Zhao's character. He had become an overlord, but he still did not forget his clan. Such a person was most worthy of respect and following. Even if I am crippled for the rest of my life, I can still see the prosperity of the clan. I am also comforted. Ling He sighed happily. As the supreme elder of the Ling clan, Ling He had always protected the safety and prosperity of the clan. Now that he had lost all his cultivation, he also opened his heart and did not care too much about his own cultivation when he saw that Ling Xiao had grown up. Anyway, the Ling clan was destined to prosper. He was quite satisfied. Old master, didn't I tell you before? Young master is now a grade 7 alchemist. With him, your cultivation will definitely come back, and it won't be a problem for you to go a step further. Bai Yuxi said. Bai Yuxi had followed her young master for many years and knew of her young master's various brilliant methods. She believed that her young master was an omnipotent existence and had blind trust in her young master. She also firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to help Ling He recover his strength. Ling He laughed, of course I believe in Xiao, but if the price is too high, then forget it. Of course, Ling He also wanted to recover his cultivation, but he did not want to make things difficult for Ling Xiao. It was not easy to refine a grade 7 pill, and the spirit herbs needed were even rarer. He did not want to drag Ling Xiao down because of this. Ling Xiao said from the side, Old master, don't think too much. When we return to the clan, I will immediately refine a pill to help you recover. This matter cannot be any easier for Xiao. After hearing this, Ling He's eyes lit up. Since Ling Xiao had said so, he would definitely believe him. Good, it seems that my old bones can still move for a few more years, Ling He said happily. Don't worry, old master. You still have a long life ahead of you, Bai Yuxi said again. That's right. Once my husband becomes a saint alchemist, it will be hard for you not to advance. At that time, you will have an endless lifespan. Yu Laiyan had a sweet mouth and also chimed in. Bing Ruoxue did not want to be outdone. Yes, when that time comes, we will always be filial to you. At the same time, she also looked at Yu Laiyan. Although the relationship between the two women had improved a lot, as long as they were together, it was inevitable that they would fight a little. It's good that you have the heart, Ling He said happily. Another month passed, and Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at the Blood Demon region that led to the northwest and the southern wasteland. As long as they passed through the Blood Demon region, they would be able to return to the southern wasteland's Gu City. Feng Xianyun was getting more and more excited. She would finally be able to see her grandfather and son, whom she had missed for a long time. Chapter 850. In the southern wastelands Gu City, this city that had been reopened 10 years ago was once again bustling with activity. This was once a forbidden area for humans in the southern wasteland. This was because the once powerful Gu clan of the southern wasteland had been annihilated here by forces from the central region, leaving behind countless resentful spirits to wreak havoc here. Even if a heavenly venerable came here, it would be difficult for them to survive. Ling Xiao was the lucky one who inherited the heavenly fate. He relied on the might of the heavenly fire and his relationship with the Gu clan to destroy all the resentful spirits in Gu City and rebuild the Gu City that it was today. Gu City was still managed by the descendants of the Gu clan, but they were no longer restricted. They were also open to other people in the southern wasteland, allowing them to trade and live freely here. Ancient buildings, spacious streets, and bustling crowds made the southern wasteland bustling with activity. In the city lord's mansion, there was a courtyard that had been built independently. In the courtyard, there was a 10-year-old boy playing with a small cauldron. This little boy was as pretty as a girl. He had delicate features, fluttering black hair, and a well-built body. He had an evil smile on his face, giving off an inexplicable sense of affinity. Anyone who saw this little boy could not help but feel that he was very likable. At the same time, they would exclaim, "This child will definitely become a handsome man in a few years." The little boy looked at the small cauldron in front of him attentively. From time to time, he would throw some 3rd or 4th level poisonous spirit herbs into the small cauldron, as if he was refining some kind of poison. Not long after, the small cauldron began to emit a pungent smell. An ordinary person would have fainted immediately upon smelling it, but this little boy was fine. Instead, he looked very excited. "Hee, it's done, it's done. Little Kenzi will have something delicious to eat soon." The little boy rubbed his hands excitedly as he laughed. As the smell emitted by the small cauldron grew stronger, there were some strange movements in the courtyard's surroundings. Many poisonous insects swarmed in from all directions. There were poisonous snakes, centipedes, black ants, hairy turtles. Outside the courtyard, someone exclaimed, "Oh no, the young master is summoning poisonous creatures again." For a moment, the martial artists guarding outside the courtyard all ran away in panic. The maids were so frightened that their smiles turned pale and they screamed again and again. Seeing the venomous insects and beasts swarming in from all directions, not only was the little boy not afraid, but he was also extremely happy as he shouted, "Good, good, I didn't expect there to be so many little sweethearts this time. Little Kenzi, come out quickly, it's time to eat." As his delicate voice fell, a small golden thing ran out of the small cauldron. It looked like a small silkworm. It was pink and shiny, appearing extremely cute. The surrounding poisonous insects and beasts all rushed towards the small cauldron. The little golden silkworm looked around, and suddenly, it underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to a height of nearly 20 meters. It looked like both a goo insect and a silkworm. Overall, it looked like a combination of the two types of spirit beasts. Its body, which was shining with golden light, gave off a strong might and domineering aura. This was an ancient high-level exotic beast, the golden silkworm Gu King. The golden silkworm Gu opened its mouth wide and produced a strong suction force, sucking in all the poisonous insects and beasts around it. It was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the poisonous creatures one by one without feeling anything wrong. As the poisonous creatures entered its stomach, the golden silkworm Gu's stomach also swelled up a lot. However, in the instant it burped, it actually returned to its original state. The little boy jumped on the golden silkworm Gu excitedly and patted its head, asking, "Little Kenzi, are you full?" The golden silkworm Gu made a few GG sounds, as if it was answering the little boy's question. The little boy revealed a helpless expression and said, "I know you are a glutton, you will never be full." After a pause, he held his cheek and said, "It's just that great-grandpa doesn't allow me to go into the mountains, otherwise I would definitely be able to make more food for you. Really, I am already a grown man, but great-grandpa doesn't allow me to go out and play by myself. So annoying." As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice came from outside the courtyard, "Little Tion, You child, you didn't know to tell the people outside before you made a move. You scared them so much that they won't dare to protect you in the future. Are you asking for a beating? There was a hint of reproach in his tone, but it was more filled with kindness and concern. A white-haired old man holding a walking stick walked in from outside the courtyard. He had a smile on his face, and the wrinkles on his face were quite deep. This old man was the high priest of the Gu clan. He was already a high-level heavenly venerable and was one of the top experts in the southern wasteland. And this 10-year-old boy was the son of Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun, Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian jumped down from the golden silkworm Gu and ran to the high priest's side. He held the high priest's other hand very obediently and said, "Great-grandpa, this has nothing to do with Tian. This is all your fault." The high priest was very pleased with his great-grandson's filial piety and immediately asked, "Why does this have to do with great-grandpa? It was obviously you who summoned the poisonous creatures." "If great-grandpa asked me to go into the mountains alone to summon the poisonous creatures, these poisonous creatures would come here and scare them, don't you think so?" Feng Lingtian asked back, his beautiful eyes filled with a hint of craftiness. The high priest used his walking stick to lightly knock on Feng Lingtian's forehead and said, "You little rascal, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You're too weak now, and there are many high-level spirit beasts in the mountains. If you meet them, you'll become food in the stomachs of the spirit beasts. It's better to wait for you to grow up a little more." The high priest had nothing to say to his only great-grandson. He didn't want anything to happen to his great-grandson. He still wanted to see him take over his position and become the new high priest of the Gu clan. Feng Lingtian pouted in dissatisfaction and shook the high priest's hand. "Great-grandpa, I'm already 13 years old and I have the strength of a spirit master. How can a normal rank 3 spirit beast be a match for me? What's more, don't I have little Kenzi to help me? What's there to be afraid of?" Feng Lingtian was a person who couldn't stay still. He hated being trapped in one place and not being able to move. How sullen! However, he couldn't escape his great-grandpa's sight, so he had no choice. Even if that's the case, there are many high-level spirit beasts in the mountains. Even little Kenzi can't handle them, the high priest replied. He then said, "How about this? Next time I'll get some people to accompany you, but you can't go too deep. Otherwise, great-grandpa won't allow you to take even half a step out of Gu City." Feng Lingtian replied with a downcast face, All right. Great-grandpa, you want to trap little Tian like a bird in a cage. I don't have any freedom." Don't worry. When your strength reaches the king stage, great-grandpa will give you enough freedom," the high priest said. "I'm only a spirit master right now. I'm afraid that I won't be able to reach the king stage without a few years of cultivation." Feng Lingtian sighed. "You little rascal, it's not easy for others to reach the king stage in their lifetime. You have the confidence to break through in a few years, which is already an amazing thing. You're not inferior to your mother," the high priest said with a smile. When he spoke of Feng Lingtian's mother, a look of longing appeared on the high priest's face. Feng Lingtian was no exception. His playful expression calmed down as he said, "Mother and father have been gone for a long time. Teen almost doesn't remember what they look like. Which child didn't want to be loved and cared for by their parents?" Feng Lingtian was a relatively strong child, but he was no exception. The high priest caressed Feng Lingtian's forehead and sighed, "Don't blame your mother. She followed your father, so naturally she has to serve him." Feng Xianyun was raised by him, and she was his only granddaughter. In the blink of an eye, they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. He must have missed her very much, and at the same time, he had a lot of worries. The central region was a place where experts gathered. Even though Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun could be considered outstanding in the southern wasteland, would they still be able to stand at the top when they reached the other side? What if they provoked a powerful enemy? How would they face it? "I hope that the heavens will help them," the high priest prayed in his heart. It was also at this time that the high priest sensed many powerful auras approaching from outside the city. You stay here. You are not allowed to go anywhere," the high priest sternly instructed before rushing out of the courtyard. He also ordered many experts to guard the courtyard closely. Following that, he led the 2 Empyreans and 10 Earth Emperor stage experts out of the city at the same time. High Priest, the aura of the person who came is very strong and fast. Could it be another enemy of our Gu clan? A low-level Empyrean asked. Another low-level Empyrean also said, that's impossible. Our Gu clan has only reappeared for 10 years. It's impossible for them to know. Moreover, that matter has already happened for 10,000 years. Who would remember it? The Gu clan had almost been exterminated 10,000 years ago. Everyone in the Gu clan remembered these things clearly. Now, their Gu clan had once again occupied their original city and started a new life. Suddenly, a large number of powerful auras appeared outside of Gu City. How could they not be worried? The High Priest kept calculating in his heart. If the other party was not from the central region, he really could not understand how such a powerful force could exist in the southern wilderness or the neighboring northwest region. Thinking about this, the High Priest felt a lot of pressure. Their Gu clan had painstakingly left behind this bloodline, and he could not let it be destroyed in his hands. Moreover, he definitely did not want anything to happen to his great-grandson. The Gu clan still needed him to revitalize. Forget it. If they really want to attack our clan, I'll protect Tian, and leave even if I have to risk my life. The High Priest made up his mind. At this time, the person with the powerful aura had already sped in front of the High Priest and the others. Above the city, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. The roar of a high-rank spirit beast caused the people in the Gu clan to panic. Ever since the Gu clan was rebuilt, there had not been a large-scale battle. It would be strange if they did not panic when such a terrifying force suddenly appeared. Chapter 851. There weren't as many transmission arrays in the southern wasteland as there were in the central region. Only the cities under the direct control of some sects would have transmission arrays. There weren't many transmission arrays leading to Gu City. Ling Xiao and the others only used a teleportation formation to reach the nearest city to Gu City. Then, they rode on their spirit beasts as fast as they could. Feng Xianyun and Yan Er were very anxious. When they arrived at Gu City, they didn't even bother to recall their spirit beasts. They directly flew above the city with the others. It made the guards of Gu City tremble with fear. The strongest among them was only a king-stage cultivator. When they saw the mighty spirit beasts of the 6th and 7th rank, their legs started to tremble. How could they have the courage to stop the people? Fortunately, the group of people did not attack the people in the city. They just flew all the way into the city. Everyone in Gu City was shocked by the terrifying spirit beasts in the sky. They panicked and looked for a place to hide. They were afraid that they would be swallowed alive by the spirit beasts. The High Priest and the others didn't fly for long before a powerful force appeared in front of them. The terrifying pressure of the 6th and 7th rank spirit beasts made the High Priest and the others tremble. "Who are you?" The High Priest shouted with a dark face. No matter how strong or weak the other party was, the High Priest had to protect the people of Gu City and the people of Gu Clan. "Grandpa!" A pleasantly surprised voice rang out from within the group of newcomers. The High Priest heard the familiar voice and his body trembled. Then, he looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a beautiful woman in deep purple flying over. The High Priest's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. He murmured, It's Yun? Grandpa is back to see you." Feng Xianyun came to the High Priest's side and greeted him. Her words showed how much she missed him. Tears of excitement welled up in her beautiful eyes. Ling Xiao waved his hand and asked the people to keep all the spirit beasts. He went to the High Priest and bowed. "Xiao greets Grandpa." The High Priest looked at his granddaughter, who was very close to him, and then looked at his grandson-in-law. Tears welled up in his eyes. He grabbed his granddaughter's hand and said excitedly, Good, it's good that you're back. Quick, let's go back to the mansion and meet again." The High Priest had never imagined that such a powerful force would be the return of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. He was overjoyed. Since they had already met the Great Priest, Feng Xianyun did not seem to be in too much of a hurry. She responded and returned to the Castellan mansion with him. "Grandfather, He's not good? Feng Xianyun asked. Feng Xianyun's heart ached when she thought about her son who had lost his parents' love since a young age. No matter what, she had to bring her grandfather and son to the Central Territory. The high priest laughed heartily. That little fellow is fine, just a little mischievous. Grandpa, you must be spoiling him too much. That's not good, Ling Xiao said from the side. He knew that the high priest doted on his son and was afraid that his son would become the disciple of a playboy. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, the high priest replied. While they were talking, everyone had returned to the Castellan mansion. The high priest arranged for the rest of the people in the proud, smiling palace to stay. Ling Xiao also let his women and the old master rest. After traveling day and night for a few months, everyone was tired. The high priest brought Feng Xianyun and Ling Xiao to the courtyard behind the Castellan mansion. Great-grandfather, you're back. Are you all right? An elegant and tender voice immediately sounded in the courtyard. Then, a short figure rushed out of the courtyard. Before the figure could reach the high priest, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on the two people beside his grandfather, and there was a perplexed look in his eyes. At the same time, his heart was beating extremely fast for some unknown reason, and his blood was boiling. Feng Xianyun recognized the boy in front of her at a glance. Although they hadn't seen each other for 10 years, Feng Lingtian had already turned from a baby to a big boy. However, mother and son were connected by heart. No matter how he changed, as his mother, Feng Xianyun, would naturally be able to recognize him immediately. You're my mother, Feng Lingtian said with a look of disbelief. Feng Xianyun finally couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and hug her son fiercely. 10 years of separation and longing had finally come to an end. Her tears turned into countless words and fell down one after another. Mother! Feng Lingtian also felt Feng Xianyun's longing for him, and he once again felt the care of a mother's love. He also choked with sobs and hugged his mother tightly. No matter how strong a child Feng Lingtian was normally, he was still a 13-year-old child. He really needed the love and care of his parents. Looking at the mother and son together, Ling Xiao, as a father, felt extremely guilty in his heart. If it was said that 10 years ago, Ling Xiao still didn't have the heart to be a good father, then 10 years later, he truly felt that he was already a father. He had a son, so he should have the obligation to let his son follow by his side, take good care of him, and let him grow up. Otherwise, if his son became a hedonistic son of a rich family, then his responsibility as a father would be the greatest. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and hugged the mother and son, saying lightly, "All right, our family is reunited, and we won't be separated again." Feng Lingtian raised his head from his mother's embrace and looked at his father. For some reason, he felt a sense of nervousness. Maybe it was because he was used to being scolded and beaten by his father when he was young, and there was still a shadow in his heart. Even so, he still very affectionately called out, "Father? Father! And you're doing very well now. You didn't neglect your cultivation. It's just that I don't know if you listened to great-grandfather's words or not. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Ling Xiao looked at his handsome son and felt a little jealous in his heart. He couldn't help but scold his son with a stern face. "Tian is the most obedient. Mother, you have to believe me." Feng Ling knew that his father was most afraid of his mother, so he immediately acted coquettishly towards his mother. "Xiao, can you not scold your son as soon as you come back?" Feng Xianyun glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly, "I'm only doing this for his own good." Ling Zhao's family gathered together. Feng Xianyun, Feng Lingtian, and the high priest were the happiest. Ling Xiao also stayed for the time being. He wasn't in a hurry to rush back to Meteorite City. He wanted to stay in Gu City for a few days to accompany his son. At the same time, he asked his son to show him what he had learned. His son was only 13 years old, but he was already a low-rank spirit master. Other than his own outstanding tenbin, he also had the high priest's wholehearted nurturing. Ling Xiao originally thought that his son would definitely have a good performance in martial skills. Unexpectedly, he discovered that when his son used various martial skills, he didn't seem to be focused at all. It was more like he was casually playing around. It was all just for show and didn't have the slightest bit of practicality. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout coldly, "What kind of moves are you using? You have a body full of spirit power, but you don't know how to use it. The strength of your punches and kicks are flashy but without substance. Just how did you cultivate? You're really rotten to the core." Spirit rank cultivation, but battle power was only at mystic rank. He didn't have any actual combat experience. How could this not make Ling Xiao angry? Hearing his father's scolding, Feng Lingtian felt wronged. His mouth became crooked and he looked like he was about to cry. "Xiao Tunger is still young, why are you shouting at him so loudly?" Feng Xianyun spoke for her son from the side. "Yun, you should know that Tian has a body full of cultivation, but he doesn't know any battle techniques. How can this be? In the future, he will have to take charge," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao had 2 lifetimes of cultivation experience. Sometimes, he felt that he knew better battle techniques. He knew how to use every move and every style to create a different battle result. Therefore, to him, his son had the cultivation of Spirit Master. At the very least, he should have the battle power of Spirit Master. But now, he only had the battle power of Mystic rank. He was the kind of person who had power but didn't know how to use it. This made him feel a bit annoyed. He had to take advantage of the fact that his son was still young and immediately guide his son's mistakes. Only then would he be able to grow stronger in a good direction in the future. Feng Lingtian said with some reluctance, "Normally, the people that great-grandfather calls over to spar with me don't dare to use their full strength to spar with me. They also don't allow Tian to train in the mountains because they are afraid of danger. I practice these moves according to the chance, it's Tian who didn't practice well." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "Great-grandfather dotes on you too much. Let's go, father will bring you to the mountains to train." With that, he grabbed Feng Lingtian's collar and flew towards the mountain range outside the city, regardless of whether Feng Lingtian was willing or not. Feng Lingtian secretly revealed a sly smile. His expression was as if he had succeeded in his scheme. Actually, the martial skills he knew wouldn't be too bad. He had purposely learned it for his father to see, and with his father's personality, he would definitely be unhappy. Then, he would take the opportunity to tell him about his own experience. This way, he would finally be able to smoothly go to the mountains to play. If Ling Xiao knew that his son was using a scheme to deceive the heavens, he would definitely fly into a rage. To actually be schemed against by his own son, where would he put his old face? Ling Xiao threw Feng Lingtian into a mountain region where the spirit beasts were not very strong and let him train alone for a month. He wanted him to rely on his own strength to survive and not rely on any external forces. Of course, Feng Lingtian had to pretend to be afraid, but in reality he was very happy in his heart. He exclaimed, "I can finally come out and play, this young master is really suffocating." Ling Xiao naturally couldn't ignore his son's life and death. In this month, he had been paying attention to his son's movements, and definitely wouldn't let anything happen to him. It was also through secret observation that he realized that he had misjudged his son's fighting strength. When dealing with some low-level spirit beasts, his son had displayed a ruthless and murderous side. Furthermore, he looked like he was having a good time, so he knew that he had been deceived by his son. "This kid even deceived me, he's really asking for a beating." Ling Xiao revealed a helpless and gratified smile. Chapter 852. A month later, Feng Lingtian naturally came out smoothly. Ling Xiao looked at his son who was still humming a tune and walking briskly. He couldn't help but think of when he was young, he also had this kind of carefree expression. After a month of training, Feng Lingtian's body was more or less in a sorry state, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. His entire body had become sharp, and his aura had also greatly improved. Ling Xiao knew that through some battles and struggles on the edge of life and death, any warrior would have a lot of gains, and his son had undoubtedly gained a lot. "Father, Hana was lucky enough to not disappoint you. I killed 15 second-stage spirit beasts and 6 third-stage spirit beasts. Feng Lingtian confidently said in front of his father. At the same time, he took out the heads of the spirit beasts for Ling Xiao to check. Ling Xiao had long known about his son's results, so he acted very indifferently and said, It's not bad. Next, let me test you on your harvest for this month. Seeing that his father was not very surprised, Feng Lingtian was a little stupefied. He had already completed the mission his father had set for him. However, he did not think too deeply about it. In any case, his father still wanted to see his ability to fight. As long as he was serious, he believed that his father would be shocked. Just as Feng Lingtian was about to practice his martial skill, Ling Xiao said, Attack me with all your strength. Father will not use any strength to deal with you. Let's see if you can make father take half a step back from here. Ling Xiao was already a high-level sky sovereign, and his son was only a low-level spirit master. His request was too much, but fortunately he said that he would not use any strength, so it was worth a try. Without saying a word, Feng Lingtian immediately took the initiative to attack, giving off an imposing aura. Ling Xiao had a hint of admiration in his eyes. His son was not as particular as the average person. If he suddenly attacked, even if he was facing someone stronger than him, he would still have an unexpected harvest. Feng Lingtian knew how powerful his father was, so he used all his strength to attack his father from the very beginning. Every move he made had both offense and defense, and he had somewhat comprehended the true meaning of martial skills. Ling Xiao was also quite satisfied with this, but he originally wanted to teach his son a lesson, so he let his son attack him. After all, this little guy actually dared to play tricks on him, his father, and hid his true battle prowess. If he didn't give him a good beating, he really wouldn't take him, his father, seriously. Thus, after that, Feng Lingtian was hit by Ling Xiao's footsteps more than 10 times, causing Feng Lingtian to cry out in pain. He secretly cursed his father for being too ruthless. When Ling Xiao brought her son back to Gu City, Feng Xianyun was heartbroken to see her son covered in wounds. Feng Lingtian naturally pretended to be more uncomfortable and heavily injured. Only by doing so would he, his father, have a hard time. Sure enough, Feng Xianyun pulled Ling Xiao into another round of criticism. Ling Xiao was a dignified overlord, but he didn't even dare to retort in front of his wife. He felt so wronged in his heart. How did I get such a son? How am I going to live in the future? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly in his heart. Following that, Ling Xiao and the others no longer needed to worry about Gu City. It was time to return to the northwest. This time, the high priest and Feng Lingtian were also heading to the northwest with them. The reason why Ling Xiao stayed in Gu City for a month, other than to train his son, was also to give this time to the high priest, so that he could find another priest to replace him. The Gu clan had definitely stabilized, and Ling Xiao had a new foundation. Ling Xiao did not wish for the high priest and his son to stay in the southern wasteland. Only by going to the central region would they have a greater space to become stronger. At first, the high priest was unable to give up on his clan. He had always hoped that Feng Lingtian could take over his position and make the Gu clan stronger once again. However, when Feng Xianyun told him about the various powerful forces in the central region, he felt that he was still stuck in his own way. He should not have limited his great-grandson to the southern wasteland, but rather let his great-grandson have a bigger stage so that he could become stronger. In the future, he could also come back to support the development of his clan. After thinking through all of this, the high priest agreed to go to the central region with Ling Xiao and the others. Feng Lingtian did not need to worry that he was unwilling to leave this place. He was at a curious age and yearned for the outside world. Now that he heard that his parents wanted to bring him to a place with even more experts to live, he was naturally ecstatic. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still used his identity as an alchemist to help the new high priest and other important members of the Gu clan raise their cultivation. He also left behind a lot of resources so that they could become stronger in the future. The high priest realized that his grandson-in-law was becoming more and more mature. He was very comforted. The only thing that was lacking was that this kid had too many women. If the other clansmen knew about this, they would probably drag him into a pig cage and drown him. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had the strength to do so. It took a lot of time to travel from the southern wasteland to the northwest. Even though Ling Xiao and the others rushed at full speed, it took them more than a month to return to the northwest Purple Sky City. This time, Ling Xiao and the others were not as high-profile as when they returned to Gu City. Instead, they kept all their spiritual beasts and hid their presence well so that they did not alarm the people in the city. Ling Xiao did not return to the Purple Sky sect directly. Instead, he brought everyone to a restaurant and settled them down. Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang had to return to the Charm sect and would not enter the Purple Sky sect. Bing Ruoshui used to be sect leader Yun Xiong's disciple. However, after a misunderstanding with Yun Mingqi, she had left the Purple Sky sect. Now that she had returned to the sect, she definitely had to pay her respects. Ling Xiao did not have any feelings for sect leader Yun Xiong. Even though he was Ling Xiao's father-in-law, Ling Xiao felt that Yun Xiong's actions in the past were very shameless. Ling Xiao had returned this time to pick up his master, Grand Master, and the others. At the same time, he also had a wish that he wanted to fulfill. Ji Beixin wanted to return to see her grandfather, so she would naturally head to the Purple Sky sect with Ling Xiao. Hence, Ling Xiao brought Ji Beixin and Bing Ruoshui to the Purple Sky sect. There used to be 36 great sects in the Northwest Territory. Now, there were only 35 great sects left. After the once powerful 7th grade sect, the Heavy Sword sect, was destroyed, the power structure began to change. The Radiant Star Hall and the Charm sect were still the two strongest 7th grade sections. The Heaven Forsaken sect, which was originally in 4th place, had 2 heavenly venerables. They had successfully replaced the Heavy Sword sect and became the 3rd strongest 7th grade sect in the Northwest Territory. Now, the Purple Sky sect had risen by 2 places. This was because in recent years, the Purple Sky sect had gained 2 more Earthly Sovereign rank experts and a high-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert. Even though they did not have the strength of a 7th grade sect, they were much stronger than an ordinary 8th grade sect. Their status in the Northwest Territory had greatly increased. The Purple Sky sect's Wooden Flag Peak was originally a peak region where the combat strength of the peaks was not very strong. After all, among the many attributes, the attack power of the wood attribute was not particularly strong. However, over a decade ago, the situation began to change. This was because a powerful true disciple had appeared on the Wooden Flag Peak. That true disciple eventually became the youngest elder in the Purple Sky sect, the youngest king rank expert, and the most outstanding alchemist. In the end, when the sect was in danger, he turned the tide and killed the invading experts of the Heavy Sword sect one by one. That disciple became the most revered person in the Purple Sky sect, and was also a rare talent that was praised by many elders from time to time. It was also because of that true disciple that the Wooden Flag Peak began to become stronger. First, the Supreme Elder of the Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin, became a high-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert from a mid-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert. He became the strongest person in the Purple Sky sect in one fell swoop. As for the Peak Lord Mu Huai, he advanced a step further and became a low-level Earthly Sovereign rank expert. The strength of the many elders under his peak also improved greatly. This also caused the Wooden Flag Peak to surpass the other peaks in the limelight, and the disciples under it also received better nurturing, so their battle prowess was naturally greatly improved. Moreover, in the coming years, another outstanding disciple of Tenbin appeared under the Wooden Flag Peak. This disciple was the grand disciple of the Peak Lord Mu Huai, the head disciple of the strongest true disciple. This disciple had only been in the sect for a short 10 years, but he had already advanced from the profound practitioner rank to the Peak Spirit Master realm. He was the person in the last 3 generations of the Purple Sky sect who had the highest chance of reaching the king rank before the age of 30. This Peak Spirit Master disciple was called Exin Li, and he just happened to be 26 years old. When Ling Xiao took him in as a disciple, he was already 15 or 16 years old. He had started a bit late, but it was good that he had a pure wood attribute body. This allowed him to catch up to the footsteps of many geniuses in a short period of time, and he even steadily surpassed them. Exin Li was now a man of outstanding appearance. He was handsome, had an outstanding figure, and was gentle and polite. He was worthy of being the top true disciple of the Purple Sky sect. There was no lack of senior and junior sisters in the sect who pursued him, but he still had no thoughts of marrying. This was because he was waiting for his master's return. Major matters in life had to be decided by one's parents, and as his master, Ling Xiao, Exenli had long since regarded him as a father. His heart was forever filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for his master, he would only be a useless cripple, and perhaps he would have already died in the wilderness. "Cousin, are you thinking of your master again?" A slender and elegant figure quietly appeared behind Exenli. This beautiful woman was Exenli's cousin, Sun Xiaonan. She also had the strength of a high-stage spirit master. She had once been taught by Kai Shiyue for a period of time, and after Kai Shiyue and Ling Xiao had gone to the central region, she had been sent to the Purple Sky sect. Exenli glanced at his cousin and said with a somewhat rueful expression, "Master has been gone for 10 years without any news. How can I not miss him?" Sun Xiaonan's personality was somewhat carefree, and she didn't care about her image as she sat on the ground and said, "I also miss my master. I wonder when they will come back to see us. I've thought about it. I want to break through to the king stage as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will go to the central region to find my master," Exenli said with a burst of confidence. Sun Xiaonan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she replied, Okay, I will accompany cousin when the time comes." Chapter 853. Outside of the Purple Sky sect, a man and 2 women were leisurely walking towards the Purple Sky sect. They looked like they were taking a leisurely stroll, but every step they took covered a distance of several meters. Their figures flashed extremely quickly. Originally, they were still several hundred meters away from the Purple Sky sect, but in just a few blinks of an eye, they arrived in front of the Purple Sky sect. The few spirit masters guarding the Purple Sky sect still didn't know what was going on, but there were already 3 people in front of them. "Who are you?" "This is the Purple Sky sect's restricted area. Unrelated people, please leave quickly." A spirit master stepped forward and shouted at Ling Xiao and the others. After 10 years of change, the guards of the Purple Sky sect had already changed their faces. They basically didn't recognize Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin, and Bing Ruoshui. They could be considered to have seen a lot of handsome and talented people, but compared to the 3 people in front of them, the difference was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. The man was extraordinarily handsome, dignified, and had a kind of indescribable feeling that made people like him, as if he was born with a kind of affinity. The woman had a fragrance of spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with an outstanding figure. Her elegant and graceful temperament could make men and women feel ashamed of themselves. It seemed that only such an outstanding man between the 2 of them could match up to them. "I haven't been back for a long time, and no one remembers this young master." Ling Xiao laughed lightly, and then a token appeared in his hand. When the guards saw the token, their expressions immediately became respectful, and they said, "Greetings, elder." This was the elder's token that Ling Xiao used to have in the Purple Sky sect. Although he had left the Purple Sky sect before, the Purple Sky sect hadn't taken it back. Now was the time to use it. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to enter the Purple Sky sect, a guard blocked in front of them. "Are you Ling Xiao, Elder Ling?" The guard asked with a very respectful expression. Ling Xiao looked at the guard in surprise and said, "You recognize me?" Hearing this, the guard's expression was incomparably excited. This lowly one is a disciple of Wooden Flag Mountain. I had the honor of meeting Elder Ling Xiao. I thought I recognized the wrong person, but I didn't expect it to really be you." This person had always been a disciple of Wooden Flag Mountain, but because his Tenbin cultivation wasn't high enough, he was dismissed as a guard. Today was his turn to guard the sect. He didn't think he would meet their peak's most popular elder, Ling Xiao. He was extremely excited. One had to know that Ling Xiao used to be a 4th-grade alchemist who could refine all kinds of 4th-grade medicinal pills. If he could curry favor with Ling Xiao, then his strength might increase by another level. "So it's a disciple of our peak. How is the Peak Lord doing? Ling Xiao asked. He's doing very well. He's now an elder of the previous generation, and he's already at the Earth Emperor stage, the guard replied. He then said, this lowly one is called Shang Shou. How about I bring you to the peak? I believe that the Peak Lord will be very happy. This Shang Shou was extremely effective. He had to make Ling Xiao have an impression of him, so he couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. At this time, the other guards also realized that the young man in front of them was the legendary youngest elder in the sect. He was also an outstanding alchemist, the super genius Ling Xiao, who was praised by the Peak Lord. Ling Xiao didn't know that although he had left the Purple Sky sect for many years, he was still the most revered and idolized figure in the Purple Sky sect. The guards enthusiastically introduced themselves to Ling Xiao, and they all wanted to take the initiative to lead Ling Xiao into the sect. Ling Xiao was a nostalgic person. Since Shang Shou was from Wooden Flag Peak, he naturally asked him to lead the way. Shang Shou was very excited, and without another word, he brought Ling Xiao and the others to Wooden Flag Peak. Is that the youngest elder in our sect's history, Ling Xiao? It should be true. Shang Shou has been in Wooden Flag Peak for 20 years, so it's not surprising that he's seen Elder Ling Xiao. I think that Elder Ling Xiao has returned from his travels, and the sect will be very lively in the future. He's a 4th-rank alchemist. After so many years, with his 10 bin, he might already be a 5th-rank alchemist. That Shang Shou is really lucky. If Elder Ling Xiao rewarded him with a spirit-breaking pill, he would be very happy. No, we have to go back and report this to the sect master. He's the sect master's son-in-law. Right, I'll also go back and tell the Peak Lord. They often use Elder Ling Xiao to scold their disciples, so they must be very happy to hear the news of Elder Ling Xiao's return. Along the way, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask Shang Shou about the situation of the Purple Sky sect in recent years. Although he had said that he wanted to leave the Purple Sky sect, his master Mu Huai had been persuaded to return, and the misunderstanding between him and Yun Mingqi had also been resolved. Therefore, he was still an elder of the Purple Sky sect, and it was not too much to understand the situation of the Purple Sky sect. Moreover, no matter how unhappy he was with sect master Yun Xiong, he was still his father-in-law. This matter couldn't be changed. This time, when he came back, he would help the Purple Sky sect if he could. This could also be considered as giving Yun Mingqi face. Shang Shou had always looked up to Ling Xiao, and he also hoped to obtain a good impression from Ling Xiao, so he naturally talked about some of the situation in the Purple Sky sect. After understanding that nothing big had happened in the Purple Sky sect, Ling Xiao was also at ease. However, there was one piece of news that made Ling Xiao feel particularly puzzled. That was, every time the Purple Sky sect recruited disciples, Meteorite City's Ling family had 15 spots, which was the most of all the cities under the Purple Sky sect's jurisdiction. Ling Xiao naturally knew why the Purple Sky sect did this. It seems that they also know how to indirectly curry favor with this young master. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Others didn't know where Ling Xiao came from, but it was impossible for the Purple Sky sect not to know. Back then, when Ling Xiao had left the Purple Sky sect, all the elders of the Purple Sky sect had seen the absolute potential and many powerful backers that he had displayed. They did this to draw the Ling family and the Purple Sky sect together. In any case, it didn't matter if they gave more spots to the Ling family. After all, they had to accept a lot of disciples every time, and the survival of the fittest. Whether the Ling family's disciples could become disciples of their Purple Sky sect depended on their ability. In the future, when Ling Xiao returned and knew about this situation, Ling Xiao would naturally be able to understand their intentions. At that time, he would definitely take care of the Purple Sky sect 1 or 2. These elders of the Purple Sky sect had figured out Ling Xiao's temperament. Ling Xiao was a person who remembered old times. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again stepped in front of the Wooden Flag Peak's main hall. Looking at the place in front of him that hadn't changed much, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart, and his mood suddenly became happy. Elder Ling, wait here for a moment. I'll go in and inform the Peak Lord and the others. I don't know if the Peak Lord is in seclusion or not, said Shang Shou. Then he hurried to the main hall and started talking with the two guards. Actually, Ling Xiao wanted to say that there was no need. After all, he had the token in his hand. As long as he showed his identity, no one would stop him. But since Shang Shou was so enthusiastic, he let him be. At this time, a young man and woman walked in from another direction. The young man and woman seemed to be talking about something and didn't notice Ling Xiao's group of three in front of the main hall. On the contrary, Ling Xiao saw the two of them immediately. He recognized them at first glance. They were Xen Li and Sun Xiaonan. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Then his figure flashed and he flew into the air. A powerful aura pressed down on the two of them. Ling Xiao only controlled his aura to be at the low king level because he could see that Xen Li and Sun Xiaonan were both high-rank spirit masters. He just wanted to test their foundations. Xen Li was a peak spirit master, and Sun Xiaonan was a high-rank spirit master. In terms of strength, Xen Li was naturally stronger. The two of them felt a great deal of pressure at the same time. They both felt a little breathless, especially Sun Xiaonan. Her face was red and uncomfortable, and her body was bent. It looked like she was going to kneel soon. Xen Li clenched his teeth and held on. His spine was still straight, and he kept circulating the spirit force in his body. He thought of his father's teachings. No matter how strong the opponent was, he couldn't look down on them unless they were dead. So what if it's a king-level pressure? I won't give in. Xen Li thought unyieldingly. Xen Li's dantian spun rapidly. He felt the spirit force in his meridians roaring like a river. At the same time, he sensed that the spirit force around him had a subtle reaction to him. He only felt that the spiritual energy around him seemed to have a mind of its own, constantly attaching itself to his body and resisting the powerful pressure together with him. Moreover, a lot of spiritual energy was constantly seeping into his body through his skin and flesh, causing the power in his body to constantly grow. Xen Li only knew that he had to disperse the pressure. He couldn't let anyone hurt his cousin. He wholeheartedly followed that subtle feeling. Get out of my way. Xen Li felt that the pressure was bearable. He roared and fused all the power in his body with the spirit force in the outside world. He forcibly dispersed the pressure. Boom! The air within a dozen or so meters was forcibly shaken, making an ear-piercing sound. Ling Xiao, who was in the sky, was slightly stunned. Then his dragon eyes twitched. He found that Xen Li's situation was strange. Good boy, you can actually sense the flow of spirit force and can use it for yourself. Ling Xiao praised. Then he said, since it's like this, I'll help you. After saying that, Ling Xiao's hands made a few mysterious movements in all directions. Then, a large amount of wood attribute spirit force swarmed toward this place. The amount of spirit qi that Ling Xiao carried was so vast that it caused a strong wind to blow in the vicinity. All the elders in the Purple Sky sect sensed the changes on Wooden Flag Peak at the same time. Their expressions changed greatly. Many elders in the Wooden Flag Peak flew out immediately. Two figures were the fastest. These two figures were the two earthly sovereigns in the Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai. Which lord has come to my Purple Sky sect? If my Purple Sky sect has offended you, please forgive me. Xiao Songlin clearly felt that the momentum was much stronger than him. Before he arrived, he took the initiative to greet the other party politely, hoping to calm the other party down. Chapter 854. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai were flustered. 10 years ago, when their Purple Sky sect was bullied by the people of the Heavy Sword sect, no one else came to pick a fight with them. In recent years, their Purple Sky sect had been developing rapidly, and many forces had been on good terms with them. They really couldn't figure out which expert had invited their Purple Sky sect to cause trouble, and why had they chosen their Wooden Flag Peak. Both of them were wondering if this was the fault of their sect's disciple. No matter what the reason was, they could only bite the bullet and calm the other party down first. However, before the two of them could reach Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin had already taken the lead and stood in front of them. Beixin greets the two elders. Ji Beixin and Ling Xiao were both high-level celestial masters, But she didn't put on any airs in front of Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai. She greeted the two of them with a bow. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai hurriedly stopped and looked at the elegant and refined woman in front of them. Ji Beixin's appearance hadn't changed much, but with the improvement of her strength and the influence of several years in a big family like the Feng family, her temperament was different from the past. In the past, she could only be described as a beautiful and delicate woman, but now she was like a typical noble princess, elegant and graceful. There was a big difference between the two. Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai had seen Ji Beixin before, but they couldn't recognize her at first glance. If Ji Beixin hadn't told them her name, they wouldn't have thought that Ji Beixin would have changed so much. "So it's you, little girl," Mu Huai said happily, then his eyes fell not far behind Ji Beixin. Xiao Songlin had also been paying attention to the situation over there. "Xiao is back." The two of them couldn't help but exclaim, their old eyes filled with excitement. "Well, don't disturb him first, he doesn't have any bad intentions," Ji Beixin replied. They knew Ling Xiao, and they also knew the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xen Li. Of course, they believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm Xen Li. After all, Xen Li was his disciple. The two of them paid attention to Xen Li's situation, and their eyes flashed with joy. "I've grasped the fluctuations of spiritual energy. If one wanted to become a true king rank expert, then one must know how to grasp the utilization of spirit energy and transform the spirit energy in the surroundings into an attack. Only then could one be considered to be a truly formidable martial artist." Xen Li had a pure wood attribute physique. He had always been very focused on cultivation, hoping to catch up to the others one day. Mu Huai also put in all his effort to train him. Before Ling Xiao left, he also left many wood attribute elixirs and spirit herbs for Xen Li. That was how he grew to the peak of the spiritual master realm in a short 10 years. At this time, the dozen or so king rank experts from Wooden Flag Peak hurriedly appeared. Mu Huai had no choice but to stop them. "Don't be impulsive. Disperse. My disciple Ling Xiao has returned." When the elders of the Wooden Flag Peak heard this, their faces were filled with joy. They all knew of Ling Xiao, and most of them had received favors from Ling Xiao. "So it's Elder Ling Xiao. What's he doing? He's making such a big commotion. His strength doesn't seem to be any weaker than the Peak Lord and the Grand Elder. I feel that he's even more terrifying than the Grand Elder. I didn't think that in a short 10 years, Elder Ling Xiao would have advanced to such a level. He's too monstrous. He's truly a blessing to our Wooden Flag Peak and the Purple Sky sect." That's right. When he left to travel, he was already at the middle stage of the king rank, and he was a rank 4 alchemist. Perhaps he's a rank 5 alchemist now. If that's the case, our Purple Sky sect will have its first high-level alchemist. All the Lord strengths will have a qualitative leap. Don't quarrel. Elder Ling Xiao seems to be doing something to Xen Li. He seems to be helping him break through to the king rank. What a great greeting gift. At this time, the elders of the various peaks had arrived. Xiao Songlin hurriedly went to stop them so that they wouldn't disturb Ling Xiao for now. Many of the elders present had basically recognized Ling Xiao, and their faces flashed with pleasant surprise. Especially Sect Master Yun Xiong, the joy on his face was the strongest. Yun Xiong had always felt guilty about what had happened 10 years ago, and he'd almost caused his daughter to miss out on her marriage with Ling Xiao. Fortunately, the misunderstanding had been cleared up, but he knew that Ling Xiao had always had a knot in his heart. Now that Ling Xiao had returned, he had to make Ling Xiao stay, even if he had to leave the position of sect master to Ling Xiao. After all, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was too terrifying. As long as he presided over the Purple Sky sect, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ascend to a rank 7 sect in the future. Yun Xiong's thoughts were admittedly good, but if the people of the Central Territory knew of his thoughts, they would probably laugh themselves to death. They would all curse Yun Xiong for being an idiot. Would the dignified palace master of the proud smiling palace sit in the position of a rank 8 sect master? Bing Ruoxue quietly arrived in front of Yun Xiong and bowed slightly. Ruoxue greets master. Before leaving the Purple Sky sect, Yun Xiong had taught her for a period of time, and the two of them did indeed have a master-disciple relationship. Yun Xiong looked at Bing Ruoshui in surprise and exclaimed softly, "Ruoshui, you came back with Elder Ling?" Only now did he realize that his daughter didn't seem to be here, and for a moment he became slightly flustered. Could it be that Meng Qi? Yun Xiong didn't dare to think too badly. "Yes, junior brother Ling and I returned to the sect to pay our respects to Master," Bing Ruoshui replied. Back then, she had a great deal of resentment towards Yun Xiong for disregarding morality and marrying the heavy sword sect. Although her resentment had faded quite a bit, she wasn't as passionate as before. Yun Xiong didn't care about Bing Ruoshui's attitude. Right now, he was only concerned about his daughter's whereabouts. He asked, "Ruoshui, didn't Meng Qi come back with you?" Back then, Yun Meng Qi had been taken away by Yin He from the heavy sword sect's territory. Yun Xiong had learned of this from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also said that he had gone to the central territory to find his daughter, but now that his daughter had disappeared, he couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. After all, there were dangerous struggles everywhere, and no one could guarantee that they would always be perfect. When Yun Meng Qi was mentioned, Bing Ruoshui's expression became unnatural. She didn't know how to answer Yun Xiong's question, so she could only push it onto Ling Xiao and say, "Senior sister really didn't come back with us. As for the specifics, junior brother Ling will tell you later." Hearing this, Yun Xiong became even more worried. However, seeing that Ling Xiao was seriously working on something, he was too embarrassed to rush over and ask Ling Xiao for an explanation. Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, had already completely controlled the space 100 meters below him. In this space, a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy had already gathered, and it wrapped around Xenli layer by layer. Sun Shaonan had already been sent to the side by him. Ling Xiao did this because he wanted Xenli to take the opportunity to break through to the king stage. After all, Xenli had already sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and could slightly control some of it. With his pure wood attribute physique, he was originally more sensitive to wood attribute spiritual energy than others, so he simply added a large amount of wood attribute spiritual energy around him. Whether or not he could truly control it would depend on his luck. As the fluctuations on this side grew larger and larger, more and more people gathered on Wooden Flag Peak. Xiao Songlin had no choice but to let Yun Xiong speak and dismiss most of the people, leaving behind only the elders with the highest status in the sect. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. Above Wooden Flag Peak, there was still a large amount of spiritual energy lingering, and the peak had become incomparably moist. As the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak, all of them had the wood attribute, so they took the opportunity to obtain some water. Even though they were standing there, they could still obtain a large amount of spiritual energy and increase their spiritual power by a lot. This made them wild with joy. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about ruining Elderling's plans, they couldn't wait to immediately sit down and fight to absorb the spiritual energy. Up in the sky, only Ling Xiao, who was protecting the spiritual energy, was watching the changes below. His comprehension is still a little lacking, but it should be soon. If he can't even break through like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to have a weapon in the future. Ling Xiao murmured. Back then, Ling Xiao could see that Xenli had a good temperament and a pure wood attribute physique, so he took him in as a disciple and let his master guide him. During these 10 years, he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a master. Now, he'd poured a large amount of spiritual energy around Xenli because he hoped that Xenli would be able to grasp the utilization of spiritual energy and break through to the king rank. If it was Ling Xiao himself in such an environment with so much spiritual energy around him, then he would absolutely be able to grasp the control of spiritual energy in a short period of time and break through to the king rank. Now, a day and a night had passed, yet there was still no movement from Xenli. He didn't know how to utilize spiritual energy, and this caused Ling Xiao to be slightly disappointed. However, when he'd just finished speaking, there was finally movement from below. Xenli's eyes were closed while his palms danced about casually, and the spiritual energy around him started to revolve along with him. Xenli's palms danced faster and faster as if he'd encountered something fun. A smile appeared on his face, and his movements grew larger and larger while the spiritual energy in the surroundings ceaselessly condensed towards him. In the sky, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Good kid, you finally grasped it. You aren't too stupid." Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding, and he had high requirements for his disciple. If it was someone else who could grasp the utilization of spiritual energy in a day and a night, they would probably be overjoyed. Countless people were stuck at the spirit master level and couldn't break through. With Ling Xiao's help, Xenli was able to grasp it in such a short period of time. This level of comprehension could be considered to be above average. Go! Xenli was getting more and more proficient, and there was a huge change in his dantian. His strength was multiplying, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered on his palms blasted upwards. Xenli had just become a king, and his full-strength attack was extremely powerful. It was as powerful as the attack of a low-level king rank peak. This was mainly due to the abundant spiritual energy in the surroundings, which allowed him to reach this step. You've just achieved a little, and you want to kill your master. Ling Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Chapter 855. A king rank expert could be considered as an expert in the Northwest, and he was a figure that any sect would attach importance to. However, martial artists with such strength could be found everywhere in the Central Territory. They could only be considered to have just taken the first step on the path of becoming an expert. They were middle and lower level martial artists in the Central Territory, and they were far from being experts. For a super expert at Ling Xiao's level, a king rank attack was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao didn't need to resist Xenli's full strength attack at all, and the aura he emitted instantly dispersed the energy blasted by Xenli. However, Xenli's attack didn't stop completely. He didn't know that it was Ling Xiao who was above, and he thought it was an enemy that had come to attack. A high-rank profound weapon appeared in his hand, and with a loud shout, he flew up swiftly like an arrow. He didn't wait to see who the opponent was, and directly used the moon-severing sword technique to slash at Ling Xiao. Streaks of powerful green light shot out from all directions, causing the surrounding air to scatter to the sides. The saber force was quite powerful. When Ling Xiao saw Xenli use the moon-severing sword technique, he noticed that Xenli had grasped a bit of its essence. He knew that Xenli had certainly put in a lot of effort in cultivation, and his satisfaction towards Xenli rose a bit. "Since you're itchy, Master will play with you." Ling Xiao suppressed his strength to the state of low-rank king rank, and he raised a finger to meet the saber lights. When the surrounding elders of the Purple Sky sect saw Ling Xiao actually use his finger to meet Xenli's attack, they couldn't help but feel that Ling Xiao was too careless. After all, Xenli was a genuine king rank expert, and even an earthly emperor didn't dare to directly use his physical body to resist the attack of a king rank profound weapon with a high rank profound weapon. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbstruck. They saw Ling Xiao's expression was very relaxed, and his finger was like a high-rank spirit weapon. He waved it casually, and the saber lights that Xenli blasted were dispersed by him. Xenli was also incomparably shocked. He had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao and was about to slash Ling Xiao horizontally. It was also at this moment that he clearly saw Ling Xiao's face. "Master!" Xenli paused and retracted his profound weapon. His eyes widened as he looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Master!" Ling Xiao's appearance hadn't changed at all from 10 years ago. The only thing that had changed was his temperament. Ling Xiao was the most grateful person in Xenli's heart. Without Ling Xiao, he was afraid that he would already be dead. How could he have the opportunity to cultivate like a normal martial artist, let alone the position of Purple Heaven Sect's chief true disciple? Ling Xiao could be said to be Xenli's master and savior. No matter how much guidance Ling Xiao had given Xenli, it would never change the position of Ling Xiao in Xenli's heart. Suddenly discovering that the person in front of him was his master, it would be strange if Xenli wasn't surprised. Don't make a fuss. Now that you have just broken through, you have to quickly familiarize yourself with using spirit chi to attack. You use all your strength to attack your master. Let me see if you have put in hard work these years. Ling Xiao said lightly. Then I ask Master to take this move. Xinli hesitated for a moment, but then he still listened to Ling Zhao's words. He had long known that his master was extraordinary. Although he was strong, the difference between him and his master was not small. Since his master had the intention to guide him, it was his honor. Xinli used all his strength to make a move, and a sword light swept towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao suppressed his realm, his eyes and ears were extraordinary. He could see through Xinli's flaws with a glance. His finger turned into a sword and pointed towards Xinli's flaws. At the same time, he shouted, "The upper body attack is not bad, but the lower body defense is wrong." Ling Xiao lowered his body to avoid Xinli's sword light, and his finger pointed at Xinli's thigh. Xinli was not very flustered, and immediately changed his move to seal off Ling Zhao's path. At the same time, he also backhanded straight to Ling Zhao's middle. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with Xinli's quick response. He used his finger to block the sword weapon, and at the same time, he leaned towards Xinli's left shoulder. He said, "The left side is out of position, and you can't attack and defend at the same time. This is a deficiency." Xinli was a little panicked. When he wanted to defend, Ling Xiao had already patted his left shoulder. Ling Xiao did not use his strength at all, just to let Xinli know that he was lacking. Xinli was a little anxious, and he began to raise his spirit to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, no matter how he attacked, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he still found many shortcomings. Xinli was also ashamed to realize the shortcomings of his previous practice, and many sword moves were perfected. The surrounding elders of the Purple Sky sect all stared at all of this with wide eyes. They were shocked by the strength of Ling Zhao's finger. He was actually able to directly knock on a high-grade profound weapon and nothing happened. Besides that, he'd actually only utilized a single hand to force Xinli, who just attained the king rank, to be in dire straits. Such ability wasn't something that an ordinary person could accomplish. "Xiao, you've improved a lot this time," Mu Huai said with a satisfied smile. Xiao Songlin said from the side, "He has already far surpassed us old men. This Ten Bin is really monstrous. I really don't know how he survived these 10 years. He must have suffered a lot." Mu En, who had also flown to their side, also exclaimed, "This kid can cause trouble wherever he goes. It seems like the Northwest is no longer in his eyes." On the other side, Yun Xiong, Su Jianfei, Zhao Mingyuan, Wen Haiyan, Nangong Changle, and the others also discussed softly. Their faces were filled with joy, but there was also some reverence. After all, if it were any of them, it would be impossible for them to block that high-grade profound weapon with a single finger. After a few hundred moves, Ling Xiao discovered that Xinli had already fused most of the moves he had practiced before. He immediately pushed him away and said, "All right, next, I'll practice a little more and improve on my shortcomings. Then, I'll be able to achieve a perfect state of both offense and defense." Xinli withdrew his move and took a few deep breaths. Then, he knelt down heavily on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master, for your help." He finally understood why he was able to break through to the king stage in the past 2 days. Who else could the large amount of spiritual energy around him be other than his master? Now that his master had given him pointers on his moves, just these 2 things were enough to move him endlessly. He hadn't taught him for 10 years, but he had only taught him once, and it had already benefited him greatly. "Get up, you're not bad. In 10 years, you've reached such a realm. It's not in vain that your Grand Master has taught you." "I'm ashamed," Ling Xiao said somewhat embarrassedly. He didn't teach his own disciple anything, but he made him stay in the Purple Heaven sect. In his heart, he couldn't accept Xinli's bow. "Greetings, Master Ling." Sun Xiaonan also ran over from the other side and bowed to Ling Xiao. Hee, it's Xiaonan, right? You've grown up so much. Your master is here too. I'll take you to see her later," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then, he flashed in front of Xiao Songlin, Mu Huai, and Mu En, bowed and said, "Greetings, Grand Master, Master, and Martial Uncle." Mu Huai laughed loudly and heavily patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. Good boy, it's good that you're back." Xiao Songlin also revealed a rare expression of joy. It seems that you've gained a lot in the past 10 years. Grand Master is deeply gratified. Mu An also said, Xiao, now that you're back, stay here for a while. Everyone in my sect is thinking of you. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, thank you for your concern. Xiao is fine. Mu Huai glanced at Yun Xiong, who was not far away, pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, come. How can you not greet the sect leader when you return to the sect? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed Mu Huai to Yun Xiong's side. He maintained the basic etiquette and said, greetings, sect leader Yun. His current power was much stronger than the Purple Heaven sect. With his status, taking the initiative to greet Yun Xiong was already lowering his status. If it wasn't for his master's face and Yun Mingqi's face, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to him. Everyone present knew that Ling Xiao had resentment towards the sect leader and many others, and they all felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. However, Ling Xiao's strength was there, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yun Xiong's first sentence was to ask, Elder Ling, where is Mingqi? He had once thought that Ling Xiao should be together with Yun Mingqi, but now that he only saw Bing Ruoshui and Ji Beixin, and no sign of his daughter, it would be strange if he wasn't worried. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and replied, I haven't been able to find Mingqi all these years, and I don't know where she is now. Ever since he had taken over Wind Cloud City, he had started to release news for people to search for Yun Mingqi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he had only found an unrelated woman with the same name and surname, and was not the Yun Mingqi he was looking for. He was also afraid that something bad had happened to Yun Mingqi. What did you say? You didn't find Mingqi? Yun Xiong asked excitedly. That's right, it's a long story. I've been looking for her for a whole 10 years. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Yun Xiong's expression turned ugly. Just as he wanted to say something, Mu Huai said from the side, Sect leader, if you have any questions, let's go inside first. Thus, everyone entered the main hall of Wooden Flag Peak. Ji Beixin took the opportunity to ask Mu Huai about her grandfather, Ji Tuesday. It turned out that Ji Tu was not in the mountain for the time being. He had gone out to handle some matters and would be back soon. Only then did Ji Beixin relax. She had thought that something had happened to her grandfather, but he wasn't here. When they arrived at the main hall, Ling Xiao roughly explained Yun Mingqi's situation to Yun Xiong. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yun Xiong that he wanted to use Yun Mingqi as a cultivation furnace. He only said that he couldn't find the two of them at the Darkwater sect. The reason he said this was to calm Yun Xiong down so that he wouldn't suffer a huge blow. Sect leader, it seems like Mingqi is fine. She might be cultivating with her master somewhere. Maybe she will return to the Purple Sky sect to take a look after a while. Mu Huai said to Yun Xiong from the side. Ling Xiao sighed. The central region is vast and boundless. Trying to find a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. I also hope that Mingqi can return to the northwest as soon as possible. Yun Xiong glanced at Ling Xiao. He couldn't determine if what Ling Xiao said was true or false, so he could only think of it this way. Oh right Xiao, do you still plan on leaving this time? Xiao Songlin cut to the chase and asked. Chapter 856. Most of the people in the Purple Sky sect were still very happy about Ling Xiao's strong return. They all felt that their Purple Sky sect would soar again, and they might even have the opportunity to become a 7th grade sect. However, Xiao Songlin understood very well that since Ling Xiao was already a person who had seen the world, and his strength was already different from the past, could the Purple Sky sect still keep him in the northwest? Therefore, he asked this question, hoping to understand Ling Xiao's thoughts, so that everyone present could understand everything. Ling Xiao tapped his fingers on the armrest, looked at Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai, and said seriously, Xiao, came back this time to take Great Master and Master to the Central Territory to enjoy a comfortable life. Everyone present was stunned, and then they all understood what Ling Xiao meant. It turned out that Ling Xiao wanted to take Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai to the Central Territory to live, and he had no intention of staying in the Purple Sky sect. How can this be? Elder Xiao is our Purple Sky sect's supreme elder, and junior brother Mu is the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak. Without them, who will be at the helm of Wooden Flag Peak. Moreover, they still have the responsibility to protect our Purple Sky sect. Su Jiannan was the first to disagree. Yes, Elder Shao and junior brother Mu can't leave so easily. They can understand Elder Ling's intention, but this is their route. Zhao Mingyuan said. The others looked calm, and from their expressions, they also didn't want Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai to leave. If Xiao Songlin and Mu Huai left, it would cause the Purple Sky sect to lose the support of two great earthly kings, which they didn't want to see. Xiao Songlin was silent for a moment, and then said with a smile, Xiao, it's rare for you to have such filial piety. I've lived for many years, and I'm afraid I don't have many days left. I'd better stay here and retire. If your master is willing to go with you, let him go. It had been more than 600 years since Xiao Songlin entered the Purple Sky sect. He was now a high-level earthly king, and he still had a lot of lifespan left. If he could step into the Celestial Master stage, he would have more days to live. However, he knew that this step was difficult, and he didn't have the confidence to take that step, so he was a little moved by Ling Zhao's proposal, but he wanted to stay in the Purple Sky sect. There must be too many memories and emotions in the Purple Sky sect, making him reluctant to part with it. However, his disciple Mu Huai still had the potential to advance. If he could go to the central region to gain experience and improve his cultivation, it would be a good thing. On this matter, he made it clear that he did not want others to interfere with Mu Huai's decision. With Xiao Songlin's words, the others from the Purple Heaven sect heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster, you can still improve. If you stay, you'll only hinder your own growth, said Ling Xiao. With his current strength, he was not afraid of offending the many elders of the Purple Sky sect. In any case, his sense of belonging to the Purple Sky sect was not too strong. The only ones worthy of his nostalgia were the two old men in front of him. Some people start to forget their roots after going out and gaining experience. Su Jiannan mocked in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Jiannan, saying indifferently, Su Peak Lord is right. Who was right and who was wrong will be judged by the public. If it wasn't for my master being soft-hearted and staying behind, do you think I would still be here? You think too highly of you. After saying that, Ling Zhao's aura spread out. A vast and mighty aura pressed down on the dozen or so elders present, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Xiao Songlin felt suffocated. Sky Sovereign Stage. Xiao Songlin stared at Ling Xiao with wide eyes and exclaimed. In the northwest, there were only a few Sky Sovereign Stage experts, but there was probably no one else like Ling Xiao who was already in Sky Sovereign at such a young age. Xiao Songlin absolutely did not expect that Ling Xiao had already reached this step. Many elders of the Purple Sky sect also did not expect that they could not breathe under the pressure of this aura. Fine beads of sweat were already seeping out of their foreheads, especially Su Jiannan, who was under the greatest pressure. In the end, Su Jiannan could not withstand Ling Zhao's pressure. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire body was smashed backwards. The expressions of everyone present changed, and it was also at this moment that Ling Xiao dispersed his aura. Who is looking for trouble? You can scold me for being treacherous and forgetting my roots, but whoever dares to stop my master from leaving today will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious side as he shouted. He did not want to show off, but some people in the Purple Sky sect only cared about their own interests and did not think for their fellow sect members, which really made him feel unhappy. No one present dared to make a sound. After all, they were unable to withstand a single blow in front of Ling Xiao. Whoever jumped out to provoke him, Su Jiannan's fate was proof. Xiao, you are too excited. Mu Huai could not help but reprimand Ling Xiao. In his heart, he did not blame Ling Xiao. Instead, he was more happy. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao had already exceeded their expectations? In a short span of 10 years, he had already surpassed every single one of them present. The Northwest could no longer accommodate a soaring dragon like him. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and then said to Yun Xiong, Since I, Ling Xiao, have returned, I will also do one last thing for the sect. This is me giving face to my master and Mingqi. I hope you will cherish it. After saying that, he threw a pile of things in front of everyone at the same time. Suddenly, everyone felt their vision blur, and a burst of dazzling light flashed, causing them to almost be unable to open their eyes. In front of them, there were a lot of high-level medicinal pills, spirit weapons, spirit herbs, profound skills, and a lot of profound crystals. Ling Xiao said, "These can be considered as some of my compensation to the sect. In the future, my master and I will be even with the Purple Sky sect." The things that Ling Xiao threw out were especially precious and rare in the northwest, but in the central region, they could only be considered ordinary goods. Ling Xiao believed that this was already enough for the Purple Sky sect to grow a lot stronger. After all, if they obtained too many good things, they would not have the ability to protect them. Instead, it would only become a source of trouble for them. Even so, for the elders of the Purple Sky sect, this was already a great temptation. All of them stared at this batch of things with their eyes wide open, their eyes filled with greed. Ling Xiao was also too lazy to be entangled in these matters, and said to Wen Haiyan, "Pavilion Master Wen, is it convenient right now? I want to go see Meiying." Luo Meiying's death would forever leave a huge shadow in Ling Xiao's heart. This time, the most important thing for him to return to the Purple Sky sect was to bring Luo Meiying back to life. He had to do this, otherwise he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Luo Meiying must have died to save him. When Haiyan came back to her senses and smiled, "It's convenient, what's inconvenient about it? Let's go, I'll take you there now." "Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Wen." Ling Xiao replied politely. In the past, when Haiyan had treated Ling Xiao pretty well in the Purple Sky sect, so it was only right for Ling Xiao to respect her. When Haiyan sighed in her heart, "What a pity! If only Little Butterfly had caught him earlier. I wonder if there would still be a chance now." Ling Xiao followed Wen Haiyan to the Jade Spring Pavilion, and his mood gradually became a little excited. Luo Ming was sealed in a 1,000-year-old iceberg in the Jade Spring Pavilion, so that her corpse would not melt. Just as they arrived at the Jade Spring Pavilion, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Wen Haiyan and Ling Xiao. This woman was extremely good-looking. Her face was round and pleasant, and her two shallow dimples were mesmerizing and dazzling. Her beautiful hair was tied with a pink bow, making her look pure and lively. She was wearing a blue muslin dress, which outlined her graceful figure perfectly. "Mother, you're back, it's nothing." This beautiful woman called out to Wen Haiyan, but before she could finish her words, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was beside Wen Haiyan. Her entire body and mind trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes emitted a look of disbelief. "Junior sister Wen, long time no see." Ling Xiao smiled and greeted the woman. This woman was Wen Haiyan's daughter, Wen Kudai. Wen Kudai had also liked Ling Xiao back then, but Ling Xiao had always treated her as a sister and did not take her in. "Ling Xiao, you're back." Wen Kudai exclaimed in surprise, and she disregarded the presence of her mother and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, and he was hugged tightly by Wen Kudai. He felt rather embarrassed in his heart, but it wasn't good for him to push Wen Kudai away. Wen Kitty cried. She cried very loudly, as if she had suffered countless grievances. It would break the hearts of those who heard it. She liked Ling Xiao, but she knew that Ling Xiao had no feelings for her, and it had always caused her to feel extremely sad. All these years, she had thought of forgetting Ling Xiao and finding a companion to spend the rest of her life with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's handsome face frequently appeared in her mind, and it was difficult for her to forget. So, she dispelled this thought and spent most of her time cultivating. Fortunately, her Tenbin cultivation wasn't weak, and Wen Haiyan had trained her wholeheartedly. She was now at the low-level king level, and could be considered as an outstanding representative of the younger generation. Ling Xiao lightly caressed Wen Kudai's shoulder and said, all right, if junior sister Wen cries again, you'll become a little kitten, and it won't be pretty." Ling Xiao didn't like Wen Kudai not because she wasn't pretty, nor was it because she wasn't a good person, but because he felt that her character didn't match with him. Her naivety made him not want to hurt her. Moreover, he had always liked mature women more, and Wen Kudai was like a child that couldn't grow up. In his eyes, she was only a little sister, and he had no other intentions. When Kudai lightly punched Ling Xiao a few times, and then pushed Ling Xiao away. She wiped her tears and said, "You're the little kitten, you blind scoundrel." "Ha, it's senior brother's fault. Junior sister Wen isn't a little kitten, she's a little kitten that loves to cry." Ling Xiao looked at the cute Wen Kudai and couldn't help but tease her. Wen Kudai raised her fist and said, "If you dare say another word, I'll teach you a lesson." "All right, Kudai, stop messing around. Your senior brother Ling is here to see your senior sister Luo," Wen Haiyan said from the side. Seeing that the relationship between the two of them was so good, Wen Haiyan still had some hope in her heart. Perhaps it would be a good thing for him to bring Kudai to the central region. When Luo Meiying was mentioned, when Kudai's expression became a bit sad, "Let's go, I'll take you to see senior sister Luo." Chapter 857. Within a 1,000-year-old ice mountain, there was a cave entrance that led straight into the belly of the mountain. There was a formation set up here that caused the snow to accumulate all year round, and it had long since formed an ice mountain that would never melt. Walking in the cave, one would only feel a chill and their entire body would turn cold. This was only for some ordinary warriors. For people like Ling Xiao, the temperature below absolute zero did not affect him at all. When Kudai, who was at the king level, felt a chill run down her spine. After all, her physique was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. She shrunk her body and walked in front, looking delicate and charming. Ling Xiao wanted to step forward and hold her hand to give her some warmth, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't do so. He didn't want Wen Kudai to misunderstand. He definitely didn't have any impure thoughts towards her. In reality, Wen Kudai was not that cold. She cultivated the ice and water attribute, so her resistance to the cold was very strong. Part of her trembling was an act, and she hoped that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to give her some energy to comfort her. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not do so, causing Wen Kudai's heart to feel a stabbing pain. At this time, a spacious area appeared in front of the two of them. Wen Kudai calmed herself down and said, "Senior sister Luo is right in front. You can go by yourself, I won't be going over." With that, she turned around and walked out of the cave. Ling Xiao did not notice that when she turned around, her face was already covered in tears. Ling Xiao looked at the jade bed in the middle, and there was a huge block of ice. This block of ice was what he had used his own ice attribute to seal Luo Meiying when she was being assassinated. If this ice block was placed anywhere else, it would have melted long ago. However, in this iceberg that was below absolute zero, it could remain unmelted. Ling Xiao walked to the side of the ice block with a perturbed heart. Through the transparent ice block, he looked at Luo Meiying who was sealed inside, and his heart fiercely clenched. Although Luo Meiying was able to keep her body intact, her appearance had aged with the passage of time. Her hair had become sparse, and there was not a single part of her body that had lost its luster. Luo Meiying was indeed dead. Could Ling Xiao really save her from this hopeless situation? Ling Xiao wasn't confident either. Although he had brought back a legendary treasure, he hadn't experienced it before. He didn't know if this treasure could really bring people back from the dead. "Senior sister Luo, don't worry, I will definitely save you." Ling Xiao clenched his fist and encouraged himself. Then, a ball of flame appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and the flame began to burn the ice. Ling Xiao carefully controlled the flame, trying his best not to let it burn Luo Meiying. As the flames burned, the ice gradually melted, and Luo Meiying's body gradually appeared in front of Ling Xiao. However, as Luo Meiying's body gradually appeared, her muscles began to age rapidly. Ling Xiao was shocked. He immediately took out a small coffin without thinking. This small coffin was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and there were layers of rich life energy circulating around it. This energy filled the cave entrance. This small coffin was obtained by Ling Xiao in the secret chamber under Wind Cloud City. With the appearance of this small coffin, Luo Meiying's aging speed gradually slowed down. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. He wasn't sweating because it was strenuous, but because he was nervous. He was afraid that a little carelessness would cause Luo Meing's body to be destroyed. If that happened, even if he had supernatural powers, he wouldn't be able to save her. When the ice around Luo Meing's body completely melted, Ling Xiao opened the small coffin. This jar of vast and pure spring liquid of life exuded vitality, making Ling Xiao feel refreshed. Among the spring liquid of life, there was a heart-shaped red heart that was emitting thumping sounds. It was like a living creature, making people feel strange and abnormal. This was the demon sun's heart, a peerless treasure that could be called a top-notch holy object. It was said that it had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It could also increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years, and it could perfect one's physique to the extreme. Even sages would go crazy if they saw it. Anyone who saw such a peerless treasure would want to take it for themselves. However, Ling Xiao used it to save a woman. If others knew about this, they would scold him for being an idiot. No matter what others thought, Ling Xiao would still make this choice. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be a gentleman. If he didn't repay kindness, he would be worse than a beast. Ling Xiao didn't think that he was a good person, but he could clearly distinguish between kindness and grudges. Whoever treated him well, he would definitely treat them better. Therefore, now that he could use the demon sun's heart to save Luo Meing, Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Luo Meing no longer had any vitality left, so she naturally couldn't consume the demon sun's heart. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only find another way to let Luo Meing absorb all the energy of the demon sun's heart. Senior Sister Luo, I'm sorry. Since you said that you liked me before you died, and you died to save me, then you can be my woman for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao murmured. He leaned over to Luo Meing and took off her clothes piece by piece. When Ling Xiao completely took off Luo Meing's clothes, he discovered that her originally voluptuous figure had become shriveled and without any elasticity. Ling Xiao didn't have any distracting thoughts. An exquisite dagger appeared in his hand. Without thinking, Ling Xiao raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it towards Luo Meing's left chest. Fortunately, there was no one watching. Otherwise, everyone would think that Ling Xiao was stabbing a corpse and cursing him for being a pervert. Luo Meing's chest was cut open by Ling Xiao. A small amount of blood seeped out of the wound. Ling Xiao waved his hand and sucked the demon sun's heart out of the small coffin. The demon sun's heart seemed to have a mind of its own. It continuously struggled, wanting to escape from Ling Xiao's hand. It already has a mind of its own. I hope you can bring Senior Sister Luo back to life. Ling Xiao lightly shouted. He placed the demon sun's heart into Luo Meing's chest. That was where her heart was located. Other than being shaped like a heart, the demon sun's heart had another special characteristic. It could fuse with anyone's heart, allowing that person to obtain the energy of the demon sun's heart. This was also something that Ling Xiao had confirmed after reading countless ancient books before he returned. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao cut open Luo Meing's chest and inserted the demon sun's heart into her heart. The moment Ling Xiao inserted the demon sun's heart into Luo Meing's chest, a strange scene happened. A powerful force rushed out from the wound. Ling Xiao didn't have time to move his hand away, and he was sent flying by the force. Rumble! Ling Xiao's body directly smashed into the wall of the cave. His body was embedded in the ice. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the recoil was. Ling Xiao didn't suffer much injury. He stared in Luo Meing's direction without blinking, hoping for a miracle to happen. A pure milky white brilliance bloomed from Luo Meing's body, illuminating the originally snow-white cave even more brightly. This brilliance became more and more intense, and its power also became stronger. Many pieces of ice actually fell, and the entire iceberg began to shake. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly put away the spring of life in the small coffin. Just as he put away the spring of life, the brilliance that bloomed from Luo Meing's body finally formed an energy storm and exploded. Rumble! The powerful energy explosion blasted the iceberg that hadn't melted for 1,000 years. Chunks of ice were constantly splashed out, scaring the disciples of the Jade Spring Pavilion outside the iceberg and causing them to cry out in alarm. When Kitty had been outside the cave. Although her strength was good, she couldn't react in time to the sudden explosion of the iceberg. A huge piece of ice smashed down towards her. If she was hit, even if she had a king stage cultivation, she would die on the spot. Just as the ice was about to hit her, a powerful suction pulled her away, and then a strong and powerful arm firmly hugged her slender waist. "Break for me." A powerful voice rang in her ears, followed by a fist smashing on the huge ice block. Bang! The more than 10 meters large ice was directly smashed into pieces by this punch. When Kitty felt the familiar smell and the feeling of being protected, she felt a little dizzy. She tightly hugged the waist that made her feel infatuated, as if she didn't want to leave this embrace for even a moment. The one who saved Wen Qidi was naturally Ling Xiao, who had come out of the iceberg. He rushed out with Wen Qidi in his arms, and at the same time, he waved his other hand and pulled the few Jade Spring Pavilion disciples who hadn't escaped away from the danger zone. With such a big shock, Wen Haiyan rushed over as soon as possible. She looked at the destroyed iceberg with her own eyes, and her heart was filled with countless doubts. Could it be that Ling Xiao wants to bury Mei Ying here forever? Ling Xiao brought Wen Qidi to Wen Haiyan's side. "Junior sister Wen is fine." "Junior sister? What happened to you?" Ling Xiao found that Wen Qidi was hugging him tightly, and there was no sign of her loosening up. He thought that she was frightened. "Qidi, what happened to you?" Wen Haiyan asked worriedly. At this time, Wen Qidi jumped out of Ling Xiao's embrace like a frightened rabbit, and with a drunken red face, she replied, "I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine." Ling Xiao was relieved, and then looked at the half-destroyed iceberg. His dragon eyes revealed a look of melancholy, and he murmured, "Could it be that this is the will of the heavens?" Wen Qidi looked at the iceberg, and then looked at Ling Xiao, and said with distress, "Ling, senior brother Ling, forget it, let senior sister Luo rest here forever. With me and mother accompanying her, she won't die." Just as Ling Xiao was thinking the same thing, the destruction of the iceberg suddenly changed again. Chapter 858. Above the Jade Spring Pavilion, the 1,000-year-old iceberg crashed. The elders who were originally on the wooden flag peak were all shocked, and they all hurriedly flew over. They all wanted to see what was going on. "It's the Jade Spring Pavilion, I don't know what happened. Could it be that someone provoked Elder Ling again? This shouldn't be the case. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe Elder Ling is doing something big again." When they arrived at the Jade Spring Pavilion, they found that the 100-meter-tall iceberg had already collapsed more than half. They didn't understand what was going on. However, just as they were about to land beside Ling Xiao and Wen Haiyan to ask for an explanation, the iceberg shook again. Everyone looked at the iceberg that had already been destroyed more than half in surprise. The original iceberg had already been destroyed more than half, and now it began to sink again. Countless pieces of ice splashed in all directions, and many of them were shaken into splashes of water. At the same time, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, and dark clouds instantly filled the air. Following the roar of thunder and lightning, bean-sized raindrops kept falling. Whoosh whoosh. The strangest thing was that the lightning water only fell toward the Jade Spring Pavilion, and no raindrops fell in other places of the purple sky sect. At the same time, the surrounding water element spirit chi seemed to be sucked in by something, and it kept rushing toward the iceberg. For a moment, everyone's mouths were wide open. They couldn't understand what was going on with this strange phenomenon. Ling Xiao looked at the collapsed iceberg with a face full of surprise, and he couldn't help but say, "Could it be, it really succeeded?" He could clearly feel that there was an aura gradually spreading out from the iceberg. However, this aura was a bit strange. Back then, Luo Meiying only had the strength of a high spirit master, and Ling Xiao thought that it would be good if she could come back from the dead and recover her original strength. However, the aura had already surpassed the ordinary king level, and it was constantly growing toward a higher level. Could it be that the demon child's heart has other uses? Ling Xiao thought with a somewhat worried expression. The current situation was beyond his expectations. He didn't know if Luo Meiying was really resurrected. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, Ling Xiao shouted with a calm face, "Make everyone leave this place." "Elder Ling, what exactly happened?" When Haiyan asked hurriedly, "There are some things that can't be explained clearly in a short time. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In short, let all the disciples on the peak leave first." Ling Xiao replied quite seriously. At the same time, his aura had already spread out. When Haiyan realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately sent Wen Kudai to order all the disciples to scatter while she flew up into the sky to persuade Yun Xiong and the others to leave. No one knew what had happened, but seeing that even Ling Xiao had to take it seriously, they didn't dare to be careless and retreated far away. "Master, why don't we go over and help?" Mu Huai said to Xiao Songlin. He had broken through to the Earth Emperor stage and felt that his strength was no longer the same as before. Now that something like this had happened, he naturally wanted to lend his disciple a hand. Xiao Songlin shook his head and said, "If we go, we will only add to his burden. Let's take a look first. Maybe the result won't be too bad." The people of the Purple Heaven sect were all nervous. They didn't understand what was going on with this phenomenon, and who was the one who had recovered. "Ruoshui, you stay here. I'll go take a look." Ji Beixin said to Bing Ruoshui as she turned into a ball of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao's location. "Xiao, what happened?" Ji Beixin landed lightly beside Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Something might have happened. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I believe it won't be long before we find out." For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that something was amiss. This aura should be Luo Ming's, but there was something inside that made him feel afraid. He was wondering, was the resurrected Luo Ming still the real Luo Ming? Rumble, rumble, rumble. After an unknown period of time, several bolts of lightning smashed down from the ice mountain. Countless pieces of ice were blasted into smithereens, and many parts of the Jade Spring Peak were also damaged. In the place where the aura was, a huge amount of water attribute energy gathered and did not dissipate. The aura was also getting stronger and stronger. It's already the strength of an Empyrean. Could it be that it can continue to grow? Ling Xiao's expression became more and more serious as he said. All of the spiritual qi within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was sucked dry, and all of it was absorbed into the ice mountain. This was much larger than the amount of spiritual energy Ling Xiao had gathered 2 days ago. In the end, the aura stopped at the peak of the Sky Sovereign Realm. It had finally stabilized. Just as Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, the dark clouds in the sky descended from the sky and enveloped the place where the aura was. Ling Xiao's mind kept jumping. He could feel that this dark cloud had a very strange and obscure aura. Not good, it's the descent of a saint's divine sense. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched as he cried out in alarm. A golden dragon spear immediately appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he immediately blasted it towards the black mass. A peerless golden dragon roared and smashed towards the black mass. Ling Xiao's mind power also surged out like a tide, forming a powerful golden dragon spear that blasted towards the black mass. He planned to attack from 2 directions at the same time. He must completely destroy this mass of black mass. Rumble. Under the attack of a visible and an invisible attack, the mass of black mass finally suffered some damage. A hoarse, old woman's voice rang out. "Brat, you were actually able to detect the descent of my divinity clone. But your time of death has come. You actually dared to break my formation and take out the demon heart. Now you still dare to use it? You must be tired of living. Dragon Lady, come out." Ling Xiao knew how terrifying this person was. Without thinking, he immediately summoned the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady appeared in the form of a human. Her body was in the golden ratio. She was protruding and slender. Coupled with her beautiful face, she could completely astonish everyone. Any man who saw her would be infatuated. The Dragon Lady's figure flashed as she rushed towards the black mass. Her seemingly petite fist smashed towards the black mass with the energy to tear the sky apart. The jet-black figure transformed into a surprised face. It actually dodged the attack and quickly rushed towards the completely destroyed iceberg. The Dragon Lady chased after it like a shadow, both of her fists continuously smashing towards it. The Jade Spring Pavilion immediately shook, and large pieces of the mountain were smashed down. What is going on? Elder Ling is attacking the black mass. What a terrifying attack. This is not something that an ordinary celestial venerable can do. Could Elder Ling already be the mystic the Arch? That's absolutely impossible. What are you all still standing there for? We can't interfere in this matter. Quickly get all the disciples of the sect to leave this place so that they won't be affected by the energy. That's right, fast. It's too terrifying. Even a natural disaster is only SOS. I'm afraid that the foundation of our Purple Sky sect will be shaken. Not good. She wants to control Senior Sister Luo. Ling Xiao guessed the intentions of the saint's divine will and shouted in alarm. He raised his speed to the extreme and pulled out all of his mental strength, hoping to save her in time. Ling Xiao's mental strength was comparable to a top grade 8 alchemist, or even an ordinary grade 9 alchemist. If he attacked with all his might, he should be able to stop the saint's divine will. In addition, under the Dragon Lady's full strength attack, the saint's divine will also have some reservations. Damn it, I must kill all of you. The saint's divine will shouted anxiously. It was obvious that she had also suffered a lot of interference, making it difficult for her to achieve her goal. Bang! Suddenly, a trembling sound was heard from beneath the block of ice. Then, a human figure shot out from it. This figure was none other than Luo Mei. However, the current her had changed drastically. She no longer had the lifeless, old, and shriveled appearance from before. Right now, her entire body was filled with a strong life force, as if she was standing there, giving off a feeling of vitality. Although her appearance was only above average, her temperament had risen by who knew how many times. No matter how one looked at her, she was a rare beauty. In addition to her extremely full figure, her entire body gave off a feeling that made people want to conquer her. Right now, she could only use one word to describe her, and that was sexy. Her strength was actually already at the peak of the Empyrean realm, and her aura was still fluctuating, as if she had not adapted to this ability yet. Her face was filled with a blank expression, and her upper chest had split open. That pair of plump jade peaks were completely white, stimulating Ling Xiao's eyes. Fortunately, the people of the Purple Sky sect had already gone far away. Otherwise, it would have been a feast for their eyes. Senior Sister Luo, come over quickly. Don't let that thing entangle you. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think too much as he called out to Luo Ming. His mind power turned into balls of energy and protected Luo Ming, not wanting the saint's divine will to approach her. When Luo Ming heard Ling Xiao's call, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao as memories that she had lost for a long time flashed through her mind. The saint's divine will was entangled by the Dragon Lady. It seemed that it was impossible to occupy Luo Ming's body, so it simply turned into a human figure. It was an old woman with wrinkles on her face that were as rough as tree bark. Her palms were so thin that they looked like skin and bones. She looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Brat, you have some tricks up your sleeve? No wonder you were able to break my demon child formation. Now I'll make you pay the price. The old woman said with a sinister smile. Immediately after, countless black gas surged, and demonic faces let out mournful cries as they swept towards Ling Xiao, the Dragon Lady, Luo Ming, and Ji Beixin. This world had almost become a land of demons and ghosts in the human world. Chapter 859. Demons ran amok, ghosts screamed mournfully, and the surroundings were in a mess. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this energy had surpassed the energy of an ordinary saint, making him feel powerless to resist. Dragon Lady, it's all up to you. Ling Xiao roared at the Dragon Lady with all his might. If the Dragon Lady couldn't fight this old monster, he was really done for. Who would have thought that using the demon child's heart would attract such a terrifying thing? Don't worry, boss, these things can't do anything to me. The Dragon Lady replied to Ling Xiao confidently, then opened her delicate lips slightly. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, causing the whole area to shake continuously. The phantoms of demons and ghosts in the vicinity were instantly shattered by this terrifying sound wave. At the same time, the dragon lady's figure flashed and smashed towards the phantom of the old woman. The old woman's expression darkened, and she let out an ear-piercing voice. "I don't care who you are, go to hell." After saying that, her old palms kept forming complicated hand seals, and a ball of faint black light condensed in the middle of her hand seals. "Go!" she shouted, and the ball of faint black light smashed towards the dragon lady. The black light energy looked small, but it contained extremely terrifying energy. Everywhere it passed, the air was swept clean, and the area within a radius of 1,000 miles became a vacuum. The ball of faint black light also became infinitely large. It was like a demon, trying to devour the dragon lady. The dragon lady had a solemn look on her face, and she waved her hands in all directions. Countless water columns kept revolving around her, and she pushed her palms forward, and the river-like water waves rushed towards the black light. Rumble! The old woman and the dragon lady were entangled in battle, and Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say to Ji Beixin, "Leave quickly. I'm afraid the dragon lady can't handle this old monster." From the old woman's words, Ling Xiao had already guessed that the person with the divine sense was the owner of the ghost mother-demon-child formation. Back then, when he obtained the small coffin, this old woman's voice had also appeared. However, after the formation was broken, she also disappeared. Who would have thought that she would appear again? Although it was just a strand of spiritual sense, she was able to fight so intensely with the Type 8 mid-stage dragon lady. He was afraid that the dragoness was no match for him, and that would be troublesome. Jibehin knew that the situation was urgent, and she didn't want to drag Ling Xiao down. She said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, be careful." Then she immediately left this place. Ling Xiao flew towards Luo Ming, who was still in a daze. "Senior sister Luo, quickly leave with me." Ling Xiao grabbed Luo Ming's hand and was about to take her away from here. Unexpectedly, Luo Ming forcefully retracted her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and doubt as she asked, You are junior brother Ling?" When Ling Xiao heard Luo Ming's call, he was overjoyed and quickly replied, "That's right, it's me. Senior sister, let's hurry up and leave. There are peerless experts fighting above. If we don't leave now, we will be accidentally injured." Following that, Luo Ming's words made Ling Xiao a little speechless. Aren't we in the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm? Could it be that they still have many experts? Hearing this, Ling Xiao knew that Luo Ming's memories were still at the time when she entered the heaven-suppressing sect with him more than 10 years ago. This couldn't be blamed on her. After all, after she was killed, she had died once. Now that she was resurrected, it was enough for her to remember the past. "I'll explain these things to you later. Leave this place with me first." Ling Xiao grabbed Luo Ming's hand once again, and she flew far away as fast as she could. In the sky above the Purple Heaven sect, the old woman was constantly fighting with the dragoness. Although this old woman was a divine will clone, she could last longer than the black demon of the Black Demon sect, and her fighting strength was even more terrifying. The more the dragoness fought, the more she fell into a disadvantageous position. She was repeatedly smashed by the opponent. Fortunately, her body was abnormal enough to withstand such a beating. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. The more the dragoness fought, the angrier she became. Just as she was about to change back to her real body, the old woman's figure became blurred. "Damn it, if it weren't for the distance, I would definitely kill all of you. I hope you don't meet me in the future." The old woman let out a very unwilling voice, and her divine will gradually disappeared. The dragoness also shouted unwillingly, "Damn old thing, do you think this princess is afraid of you? The next time I see you, I will swallow you alive." The old woman's aura disappeared, and the Purple Heaven sect also returned to peace. However, the Jade Spring Pavilion had been completely destroyed, and many mountains in the Purple Heaven sect had also been wiped out. Looking at the mess in front of them, the elders of the Purple Heaven sect all had depressed and uncomfortable expressions. The foundation they had established for thousands of years had actually been destroyed more than half. How could this not make them sad? Fortunately, they had just received a lot of treasures from Ling Xiao. compared to the destruction in front of them, it seemed a little insignificant. What level of experts is this battle? It's too scary, Yun Xiong said with a face full of worry. He was now a low-level earthly sovereign. Originally, he felt that he had gained quite a reputation in the northwest, and his means had also been greatly improved. However, when he saw his sect being destroyed to such a state, he realized how insignificant his strength was. The other elders of the Purple Heaven sect also showed a look of lingering fear. One had to know that the destruction here was only caused by the residual energy. If they had fought on the ground, it was likely that tens of thousands of miles would have been turned into ruins. Could it be a powerful enemy attracted by Elderling? Zhao Mingyuan couldn't help but guess. When Haiyan immediately explained for Ling Xiao, I don't think so. Perhaps Elderling took out some amazing treasure to attract that person. Don't guess, it's already over. I will ask Xiao about this matter. Hurry up and let people come back to repair the damage of each peak, Xiao Songlin said. No matter what happened as the Grandmaster, he was definitely on Ling Xiao's side. In another direction, Ling Xiao had already used a set of clothes to completely cover Luo Meiying's figure. Luo Meiying had really come back from the dead. This made Ling Xiao feel that the big stone in his heart had been lifted, and his mood suddenly became much better. Boss, she escaped. The dragon lady landed next to Ling Xiao and said with a look of indignation. Her chest rose and fell, making people gasp in amazement. Yes, this is just a trick of the other party. His real body isn't here. It's good that you're fine. Ling Xiao replied softly. Not far from Ling Xiao, Luo Ming's gaze fell on the dragon lady, and an uncomfortable feeling ignited in her heart. Now that her memories had returned, the blank space of more than 10 years still made her feel like she was in the past, and she couldn't change it in an instant. Junior brother Ling, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me? Luo Meiying asked Ling Xiao with a somewhat confused expression. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and said, This is exactly what I want to explain to you. Once you hear it, you will understand what exactly happened. Thus, Ling Xiao told Luo Meiying about what had happened in the heaven-suppressing sect back then and the situation that had happened more than 10 years ago. He just wanted Luo Meiying to know that this was no longer the time of the past. After listening, Luo Meiying's expression changed a few times. In the end, she revealed a bright smile and said, No wonder I feel like my life has started anew. My entire body is filled with energy, making me feel like I can do anything. So this isn't a dream, but I've already died once and come back to life. And no matter what, you're already alive now. I don't have to feel guilty anymore, Ling Xiao replied. Luo Meiying suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, Did you save me because you didn't feel guilty? Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. Back then, Luo Meiying had died to save him. Before she died, she had confessed to him, which was something that he could not forget. It was just that at that time, he really did not have any feelings for Luo Meiying. However, in these past 10 years, he had thought of all sorts of ways to save Luo Meiying. In his heart, he had long regarded Luo Meiying as his own woman, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. Now that Luo Meiying asked him like this, he did not know how to answer. Luo Meiying revealed a bitter smile and said, I know you only have junior sister Meng Qi in your heart. I won't make things difficult for you. After saying that, she turned around and left. To be honest, back then, she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had shown enough strength to lead the Purple Sky Sect's people to victory in the heaven-suppressing sect. Moreover, Ling Xiao himself was extraordinarily handsome, so it was naturally easy for her to have a good impression of him. Now that she heard that Ling Xiao had brought her back to life just to have a clear conscience, she felt very hurt. She thought to herself, I'd rather be dead. Perhaps there would be a place for me in his heart. Just at the moment when Luo Meiying was about to leave, Ling Xiao did not seem to think about it and quickly grabbed her hand. At the same time, he forcefully pulled her into his arms. Then, Ling Xiao unceremoniously kissed Luo Meiying's jade lips. Luo Meiying's beautiful eyes widened, and her expression became incomparably shocked. Senior sister, why are you so stupid? Can I call you that? Really, I really regret knowing you too late. If I could know you a few years earlier, I would definitely become your woman. Don't waste it for me. Shall you? Can you kiss? No, I can't let you die. Didn't you say that you still want to be my woman? Mei-ing, hold on for me. The scene of life and death parting 10 years ago appeared in their minds at the same time. Their hearts became incomparably fervent. They had already been separated by life and death once. Now that the two of them were fine, could it be that they had to be separated again? The answer was, of course, no. Mei-ing, from now on, you will be my Ling Zhao's woman. Ling Xiao held Luo Mei-ing's face and said very seriously, "One kiss for love." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.